Hello, everyone. Omni-sensei here with What If I Was Reborn as NAOYA ZENIN, Part 3. If you enjoy this content, please smash the like button. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to check out the original story linked in the description. I hope you enjoy listening to it.
A month had passed quickly. The construction Naoya had commissioned was already finished. Yet even with everything in place, his mind stayed stuck on a single question. Should he tell Gojo and Geto that Riko was alive? The problem wasn't telling them. The problem was the story behind it. How had she survived? How had he known exactly when to step in? Explaining that would mean admitting the truth, that he had known about Toji. And once they realized that, trust would crumble. They'd question everything. So, for now, he decided to do what he did best. Smile, lie, and postpone. Maybe a year from now. I'll just say I found her in my basement. Hell, maybe I'll act like I'm just as surprised as they are. With that ridiculous lie tucked away in the back of his mind, Naoya turned his focus elsewhere. A quiet corner of Tokyo, far from the Zenin estate. A worn-down building with rusting rails and moss creeping up the concrete steps. An old neighborhood. The kind people forgot existed. He stopped in front of a door, checked the number, and gave it 3 soft knocks. A few seconds later, it creaked open. "Megumi, you came back fast, Toda." The girl's voice cut off the moment she realized it wasn't Megumi. Naoya looked down at her, smiling faintly. Tsumaki Fushiguro. At 6 years old, she looked small, but not fragile. Chestnut eyes, bright, cautious. Her clothes were clean but worn, clearly passed down. There was something steady in her gaze. The kind of maturity that came from growing up too fast. Naoya tilted his head. "Hey there," he said, his voice light, friendly, but his eyes gleamed with something else. Tsumaki blinked. "Who are you?" "Oh," he said, amused. "That's a good question. I could be a friend of your brother's." He leaned in slightly, resting one hand on the doorframe. "Or maybe I'm just some weird guy who followed you home from school." Tsumaki's fingers twitched toward the edge of the door, but Naoya kept smiling. "You shouldn't open the door so easily," he added, voice dipping smooth and quiet. "What if I was a kidnapper? What if I wanted to stuff you in a sack and disappear?" Naoya's grin widened, just a touch too much. Just enough to be off. "I mean, I probably won't. But then again, maybe I will. Depends how bored I get." He leaned closer, voice barely a whisper. "Do you think anyone would come looking for you?" Tsumaki froze. Naoya studied her carefully. Her breath hitched, her hand still on the door, knuckles white. "I mean," he went on lightly, "this place isn't half bad. A little rundown, sure, but cozy. Would make a decent hideout. No one would think to check here." She tried to close the door. Naoya's foot slid forward, wedging into the frame. "You know, you should really stop opening the door without asking who's there first. Dangerous habit." Tsumaki glared at him, but she was trembling. Her small hands gripped the edge of the door tightly. "I'm calling the police," she said. Naoya chuckled. "Ah, come on. Don't be like that. I haven't even done anything yet." He pushed the door open gently, not forcing it, just enough to make her step back. Then, he stepped inside. Tsumaki stumbled into the narrow hallway, eyes darting toward the kitchen. Maybe thinking about a phone. Maybe a knife. "Relax," Naoya said, slipping off his shoes at the door like a polite guest. "I'm not going to hurt you. Probably. But you know, it would be really easy." He strolled into the apartment like he owned it, eyes drifting over the cramped space. Simple furniture. Half-finished schoolwork on the table. He glanced around, unimpressed, but noted the care in the way it was kept. Poor, yes. But someone had worked hard to make it livable. Honestly, he mused, if I was going to kidnap someone, you wouldn't be my first choice. You're way too polite. Way too boring. But I do wonder. He turned back to her, eyes sharp now. What would Megumi do if I turned his sister into a nice little box of body parts? Tsumaki gasped, stumbling back, horror in her eyes. Naoya grinned as he stepped forward, voice dropping low. Imagine it. He walks in, opens the door, and there I am, just sitting here. Maybe I've got your hand in a frying pan. You think he'd cry? She flinched. Actually, he added, tapping his chin, maybe I'll keep you instead. Sell your brother. He's not worth much yet, but hey, organs grow with age. You're lying, Tsumaki whispered, but her voice trembled, eyes glassy. Naoya turned to her slowly. Am I? He started forward, step by step. Tsumaki backed away until her back hit the wall. You think Megumi could stop me? Naoya asked, tilting his head. He's just a brat. I could break both his legs before he even sees me move. He crouched so their eyes met, just a foot away now. You think I haven't done worse to people smaller than you? Tsumaki's lower lip trembled. But her chestnut eyes still burned, glaring at him through the fear. Naoya smirked. Cute. That little defiance. Like a puppy trying to bite a tiger. He reached out, slowly, brushing a loose strand of her hair behind her ear. She flinched like he'd struck her. Naoya stood in the hallway, quietly laughing to himself. Cruel, amused. It wasn't about hurting her, not really. He just wanted to see what she'd do. To watch her flinch, run, tremble, because fear was funny. Then the front door creaked. Naoya blinked, turning around casually. It opened. And Megumi Fushiguro stepped inside, small, quiet, dark-haired. His eyes locked onto Naoya with chilling focus. For a 5-year-old, he had no business looking that cold. Who the hell are you? Megumi asked flatly. Naoya blinked. Then he grinned. Ah, finally. You're home. Megumi didn't blink. What did you do to my sister? Oh, relax. She's fine. I didn't touch her. Naoya wiggled his fingers. Yet. He smiled. But if I had 10 more minutes, who knows? Naoya's grin didn't fade. Instead, he took a step toward Tsumaki. Then another. She backed away instinctively, but there was nowhere left to go. Her heel bumped against the old wooden frame of the window behind her. Naoya's hand reached out, fingers grazing her shoulder lightly. Megumi's eyes sharpened. Don't touch her. Naoya raised a brow, glancing at him. Huh. You do talk big. Then, without warning, he grabbed Tsumaki by the arm. She yelped, struggling, but Naoya was already pulling her toward the window. Megumi lunged. Stop. But Naoya was faster. Effortlessly so. 1 foot on the ledge. 1 arm looped around the girl's waist. She kicked and thrashed, screaming, tears in her voice now. Megumi crashed into his side, fists swinging, legs kicking, doing everything he could to pull Tsumaki back. Naoya didn't budge. He barely flinched as the 5-year-old beat against him with everything he had. Let go of her. Let go. Let go. Megumi's voice cracked, raw with terror. Tears streaked down his cheeks as he clawed at Naoya's sleeves, nails breaking, breath catching. Tsumaki screamed, hands flailing, trying to grip the window frame. Naoya just smiled, holding her halfway out the window, 2 stories up, letting her foot dangle into the air. You're weak, you know that? Naoya said casually, glancing down at Megumi. You can't stop me. You can't even slow me down. Megumi sobbed, still hitting him, tiny fists trembling. I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you. Naoya tilted his head. A little late for that, don't you think? Tsumiki's screams turned into gasping sobs, her hands now desperately clawing at the edge of the window. Megumi wrapped his arms around Naoya's leg, biting his lip so hard it bled, trying to drag him back with all the strength in his tiny body. Nothing worked. Nothing mattered. And then, just as Megumi's voice gave out, just as he broke into pure, silent, shaking despair, Naoya pulled her back inside. Gently. He set her on the floor, let go, and patted her head like it was nothing. Tsumiki collapsed, breathing hard, curling into herself. Megumi stared, frozen. Confused. Shaking. Naoya turned toward him, and crouched down so they were eye to eye. His smile had vanished. What was left wasn't cruel or mocking, it was calm. Quiet. Chillingly serious. Feel that? He asked. That helplessness? That sickness in your gut? Megumi couldn't even speak. His throat burned. He just looked up at him, broken and shaking. That's the world, Naoya said flatly. Any moment, everything you love can be taken. Crushed. Burned. He tapped his temple once. If you don't get strong enough to stop it, that's what happens. Over and over. Megumi just stared up at him. His fists were still clenched. His arms still trembling. His knees had buckled beneath him, but he hadn't even noticed. He was crying quietly now. Not from fear anymore. From rage. From shame. Naoya stood, brushing imaginary dust from his jacket. I wasn't really going to kill her, Naoya added with a casual shrug. We're related. That'd be a little rude, don't you think? Silence. Tsumiki's teary eyes lifted slowly, confused but listening. Megumi blinked, lips trembling. What? Naoya turned slightly, glancing over his shoulder with that same unsettling calm. Your father, Toji Fushiguro, he was a Zenin. One of the 3 great sorcerer clans in Japan, he said. And you? You can see them, can't you, Megumi? He tilted his head, watching him. You must have started to notice your technique by now. Tsumiki stood frozen, clearly lost, eyes darting between them. Not understanding the words, but understanding the weight behind them. Megumi stared at the floor, fists tight, heart pounding in his ears. Naoya smiled deeper. The kind of smile that didn't reach his eyes. Surprise. You too? You're Zenin blood. He turned back toward the door, moving with deliberate calm, and slipped his shoes back on, like nothing that happened was worth lingering on. Then he paused. Get everything you need, he said, voice quiet but firm. I'm waiting for both of you in the car. He glanced over his shoulder, gaze narrowing just slightly. Don't make me wait. And with that, he stepped out, shutting the door behind him with a soft click. Now seated together in the back seat of the sleek black car, the engine humming quietly beneath them, the silence was anything but peaceful. Naoya draped his arms over the shoulders of Tsumiki and Megumi like they were old friends, unwelcome, smug, and far too comfortable. He flashed a grin. So, what do you think of the ride? I bet this is the first time you've been in something this clean, huh? I mean, growing up broke must have sucked. Megumi turned his head just enough to glare at him, eyes sharp and cold like broken glass. You think this impresses me? It's just metal and leather. Still smells like trash with you in it. Tsumiki, ever the peacekeeper, gave a nervous laugh. It's nice. Really nice. Thank you for the ride. Her voice trembled just slightly, she didn't look at Naoya. She didn't want to. Not after what he'd done. Naoya was about to speak again, likely another insult, another smug remark, when suddenly his eyes widened. "Stop the car." He froze. The air in the car changed. The words were cold. Absolute. The driver hesitated, but before he could respond, a wave of cursed energy surged from Naoya, violent, suffocating. It hit the occupants like a sudden drop in temperature. Goosebumps rose on every arm. Even the air itself felt heavier. Megumi stiffened. Tsumiki's breath hitched. Naoya stared out the window, eyes searching, body tense like a wire pulled too tight. He knew that presence. He would never forget it. Not in 100 lives. Megumi wiped sweat from his brow, his stomach tight with unease. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Megumi thought, clenching his fists. Naoya stepped out of the car. No words. No warning. He moved like a shadow, slipping into intangibility. Gliding through walls like smoke. Each step was deliberate. Each breath, measured. The cursed energy was faint, but unmistakable. It was him. Naraku. Naoya rounded the corner. There he stood, in the gloom of a narrow alleyway, speaking with someone unfamiliar. A man, middle-aged, dressed plainly. Desperate. The stranger's face was twisted with worry. The other figure, calm, composed, stood with his back turned. Naoya's eyes locked on the second man. His blood surged. That cursed energy, that stillness, it couldn't be anyone else. It was Naraku. Different face. Different posture. But unmistakable. Naoya clenched his jaw, forcing himself to steady his breath. The stranger's voice trembled. "Don't worry, everything you asked for will be here soon. Just, please, heal my son's disease." Suddenly, a hand phased through the wall behind the stranger, gently patting Naraku's shoulder as Naoya fully materialized beside him. He glanced once at the stranger, then back at Naraku. "A healer now?" Naoya's voice dripped mockery. "How, noble?" Naraku's blood turned to ice. That voice. His eyes snapped to Naoya, shock flashing across his face. And the most surprising part, Naoya was back to being a man. The stranger turned, confused. "Do you two know each?" Naoya flicked his wrist. His fist struck the man's face with brutal precision, sending him flying, unconscious. Naraku didn't waste a second. He vanished, slipping away with his cursed technique. But Naoya didn't chase. A slow smile crept across his face as he brought his hands together, forming a seal. His voice dropped low. "Why the hurry?" His hair fell over his eyes as he whispered. "Roiki Tenkai." The alley around them warped in an instant. The air thickened, shimmering like a heat wave, ready to tear apart. A golden corridor stretched out in every direction. The walls were covered in ancient murals. Frozen warriors locked in endless battles. The marble floor shone like glass, reflecting the glow of a massive mechanical eye hovering silently above. But the eye this time was closed. Naraku's voice cracked with fear. What is this?" Naoya stepped forward, calm and cold. His smile deepened. "Why are you so scared? Relax." He tilted his head, eyes gleaming. "Let's go for a walk." Naraku's breath caught. He quickly realized the truth. This was Naoya's domain. There was no door. No exit. No hope. Naoya strolled forward, slow and steady, like he had all the time in the world. "I thought you escaped the country," he said casually. "Vanished. Never to be seen again." "Honestly." He smiled wider, almost too warmly. "I was really worried." Naraku flinched, taking a step back. Just hurry, Anne. Naoya cut him off. Worried, he said again, placing a hand over his chest, voice full of fake gratitude. Worried about how to thank you. He said it like Naraku was his savior. Naraku blinked. What? Confusion swept across his face. None of it made sense. Naoya chuckled, low and quiet, but it echoed like a warning. I told you, let's go for a walk. He stepped up beside Naraku and gently patted him on the back, like they were old friends. Then he turned and began walking, his footsteps soft against the polished marble. Naraku hesitated. But he had no choice. Here, inside Naoya's domain, he was at his mercy. So he followed, silent and tense. As the golden corridor stretched endlessly ahead. For a full minute, there was only the sound of their footsteps and the hum of cursed energy. The walls around them shimmered with ancient paintings, silent warriors trapped in motion, frozen mid-strike. The domain was beautiful in its own haunting way. Then, without warning, Naoya spoke. I'm truly thankful for what you did to me. Naraku's eyes narrowed. Cut the bullshit, Naoya. Your face that day wasn't even close to thankful. You think I'm stupid? Naoya gave a soft laugh, not mocking, but tired. You're right. I hated it. That day felt like the worst thing that ever happened to me. He paused, then looked ahead, voice quieter. But when I reverted back, when I became myself again, I saw it differently. That experience, what you did, it forced me to grow. To change. It made me stronger. Naraku scoffed. You expect me to believe that? Naoya stopped walking and turned to face him. His eyes weren't cruel. Not mocking. Just, honest. I know it's hard to believe. But I mean it. You were one of the best things to ever happen to me. He smiled, gently, almost peacefully. I'm truly thankful. For a brief second, Naraku hesitated. Something in Naoya's tone, in the way he said it, it felt real. Genuine. And that scared him more than anything else. Thank you. You made me stronger. Naoya's voice was calm. Still. Deadly sincere. Naraku's lips parted, but no words came out. His heart pounded in his chest, not from fear of death, but from something far worse. Emptiness. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. He had imagined this moment for so long. Seeing Naoya again. Watching him break. Begging. Bleeding. Suffering. But now, standing here in a world Naoya controlled, hearing those words. You made me stronger. It felt like everything Naraku did was meaningless. His fists clenched. His breathing hitched. Was this a trick? A mind game? Or worse, was it real? A storm of rage, confusion, and shame twisted inside him. But he crushed it down. Now wasn't the time. So he forced himself to breathe. Steady. Controlled. And then, with a carefully practiced smile, he looked Naoya in the eye. Is that so? The words were smooth. Calm. But inside, Naraku was burning. If I stay alive, I still have a chance. He swallowed his pride, buried his fury, and played along. Naoya turned to him, smiling almost warmly. The greatest gift in this life, he said gently, is the friends we make along the way. He raised his hand, offering a handshake. Casual. Friendly. Like the past didn't matter. Naraku hesitated, just for a moment, then forced himself to move, reaching out to accept it. Stay alive. Stay smart. But just before their hands met. Boom. Naoya drove his knee into Naraku's gut. The impact was sharp and brutal. Naraku doubled over, gasping as the air was ripped from his lungs. His legs trembled. Pain bloomed deep in his core. Naoya leaned in, his voice cold and close to his ear. "Of course not, idiot." He smiled, no kindness in it, only amusement. "Did you really think this was forgiveness?" Naraku staggered back, coughing, clutching his side. His eyes were wide, more from disbelief than pain. Naoya stood over him, perfectly calm. Like this was all part of the show. "What do you think of my acting?" Naoya asked, grinning. "Pretty convincing, right? I actually went to acting school before." He looked upward, pretending to think. "Must have been 22 years ago now. Maybe 23. Naraku stared at him, his body still aching, mind reeling. "What the hell is this guy saying?" he thought, gritting his teeth. Out loud, he rasped, "You're only 16. Did you hit your head? Have you lost your mind?" Naoya turned to him slowly. The smile never left. "Oh, right." He gave a small nod. "I'm 16 in this life." Suddenly, a mechanical click echoed above them. The projector eyes snapped open, glowing with cold, surgical light. Naraku barely had time to react. Before a thin, sharp whip of cursed energy lashed out from the eye, striking the side of his neck. He gasped. Something foreign had entered his body. It wasn't pain, yet. But it felt wrong. Intrusive. Naraku twitched instinctively. And agony bloomed. Dozens of microscopic gashes tore across his arms, his ribs, his throat. Tiny red lines appeared out of nowhere, cut not by blades, but by the violation of rhythm. Naoya smiled. "Let's see how long you can stay still, Naraku." Naraku stood frozen. Sweat rolled down the side of his face. His jaw trembled, his muscles clenched, and even that tiny reflex triggered a flash of pain. Thin red lines split across his shoulder, blood blooming like cracks in glass. Then, without warning, Naoya raised his leg. And brought it down. A brutal stomp to the side of Naraku's head. Naraku's body jolted. He couldn't dodge. Couldn't flinch. The domain wouldn't let him. The moment his neck turned to absorb the blow, dozens of microslashes tore across his spine and jaw. Blood sprayed the floor. His knees buckled as he crumpled to one side, twitching, gasping. "Look at you, a masterpiece of ruin. Every fracture, every twitch, my signature. Revenge isn't loud, Naraku. It's slow. Precise. Beautiful." After that, Naoya kept humiliating and torturing Naraku for a couple of minutes, but made sure he stayed alive. Finally, Naoya closed his domain and tied up the bloody mess Naraku had become. Without hesitation, he carried him to the waiting car and loaded him into the trunk as if it were just another errand on a normal Tuesday. Seeing Naoya handle a bloodied, broken body with such cold ease sent a shiver down the spines of both Tsumaki and Megumi. Their eyes met briefly. Silent questions and doubts blooming in that frozen moment. Was it truly wise to follow Naoya? The car cut through the night, and upon reaching the Zenin clan estate, Naoya wasted no time. He dismissed Tsumaki and Megumi, sending them off to settle into their new home with a curt nod and a few cold words. Then, with his authority, he ordered the clan's attendants to bring Naraku directly to his private chambers. The weight of the night pressed heavy as Naraku was dragged, a silent prisoner chained not only by rope but by the ruthless vengeance that breathed through every scar. The attendants dropped Naraku onto the cold marble floor of Naoya's private chamber with a dull thud. Blood smeared against the polished tiles, stark against the sterile elegance of the room. Naraku winced, his wrists still bound behind him, shoulders shaking from the strain. "Wow!" he rasped, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "You really went full 'I hate you' on me. Did you forget to invite me to your pity party? Naoya approached slowly, he flashed a cold smile, void of humor. Consider this your eviction notice. No refunds. Naraku managed a crooked smirk, even as his body protested every breath. Eviction, huh? Guess I'm just too comfortable crashing at your place. Naoya crouched in front of him, gaze level. Comfy enough to bleed on my floor? Naraku chuckled, the sound wet and weak. Well, if I had a nickel for every time I got beaten by a kid, I'd probably have enough to buy a brain. Naoya's eyes narrowed, his tone dropping to a cold whisper. Keep talking. Maybe your mouth will bleed too. Then his expression shifted, like he suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, let's see if this works. Naoya placed his hand on Naraku's chest. His cursed energy changed. It wasn't aggressive, it turned inward. Focused. His hand started to glow white. Faint at first, then stronger. It didn't feel like regular cursed energy. This was reverse cursed technique. Even Gojo Satoru couldn't use RCT to heal others, Naoya thought. But my technique is different. I always need physical contact to use projection sorcery on others. So maybe. He pushed positive energy through his hand. Not to hurt, but to repair. He reversed the flow, channeling RCT. And it worked. Naoya successfully projected reverse curse technique onto someone else. Naraku's wound started to close. The bleeding slowed. Deep gashes began to knit together. His breathing steadied. Naoya didn't smile. He just stared at his hand as the glow faded. I did it, he said quietly. Reverse curse technique? Naraku gasped, eyes wide as he looked up at him. This guy, how much did he improve? Even the old Naoya felt like a wall he couldn't get past. But now? Now he felt like something worse. Naoya stood, eyes cold. Now, he said, stepping aside. He reached into a drawer and pulled out a weapon. The inverted spear of heaven. A cursed tool that nullifies any cursed technique on contact. Naraku's breath caught. Naoya gripped it with one hand and pointed it forward. Let's see your real face, he said. The inverted spear of heaven pierced Naraku's side, sending a sharp pulse of cursed energy through his body. You, he hissed. The twisted layers of her fleshcraft technique began to shudder violently, like a cracked mask breaking apart. His skin rippled unnaturally, folding and stretching as if it were liquid, peeling away in slow, painful waves. Beneath, her bones creaked and shifted, changing shape, cracking softly as they realigned. His jawbone slid backward, the sharp edges smoothing into a softer, more feminine curve. Her broad shoulders narrowed, the bulky frame slimming down with a sickening pop of joints adjusting. The long, tangled hair of a man fell away, replaced by glossy dark navy locks tied into high twin ponytails that bounced lightly as her head moved. His whole body reshaped itself, curves emerging where there had been angles, strength balanced with grace. Her face emerged last, sharp features settling into place. Her piercing ice-blue eyes, framed by straight bangs, locked onto Naoya's with unwavering intensity. They seemed to cut through every lie, every hesitation. The transformation finished. Standing there was no longer the ugly man Naoya had fought, but a short woman with a presence that filled the room. Image. Huh, he said, completely stunned. You're a woman? She was born into the Kuroda clan, a minor Jujutsu family barely holding on to relevance. Third daughter. Unwanted. Unnamed for 3 days because her father refused to acknowledge another useless girl. Her earliest memory? Watching her older sisters get sold off one by one, traded like livestock to stronger clans. Her mother whispered to her at night. Don't let them see your cursed energy. Don't let them know what you can do. So she hid it. But children are terrible at secrets. At 7, she slipped into the training hall, mimicking the boys' stances with a stolen wooden sword. Her father caught her. "This is why women don't belong in jujutsu," he said. Then he took the sword from her hands and broke her fingers with it, one by one. "Remember this pain," he hissed. "It's the only lesson you'll ever need." She didn't cry. That came later, alone in the dark. That night, her mother pressed a knife into her hands. "Run," she whispered. "Before he sells you too." She ran. No plan. No money. Just the clothes on her back and the cursed energy simmering under her skin. Kyoto's underbelly took her in. She slept in shrine alleys. Stole food from markets. Fought stray curses with her bare hands, and won. One night, a rogue sorcerer found her. "You've got potential," he said. "I can make you strong." His name was Orochimaru. He lied. For 2 years, Orochimaru trained her. If you could call it that. He tested her limits. Pushed her body until bones broke. Fed her cursed objects to see how she'd react. "Fascinating," he'd murmur as she convulsed. "Your adaptability is exceptional." She thought he cared. Then she overheard the truth. "Once she masters her technique, we'll harvest her organs for the clan." That night, she slit Orochimaru's throat in his sleep. His blood was warmer than she expected. She stole his research notes and burned his house down. With Orochimaru's notes, she discovered the truth. Her technique, hormonal curse, fleshcraft, could reshape flesh, bone, muscle, even gender. So she rebuilt herself. Wider shoulders. Sharper jaw. Deeper voice. A man's body. A man's name. Naraku. And for the first time in her life, the world respected her. As a man, Naraku found respect. He joined Kyoto Jujutsu High under a fake name. He excelled, his talent undeniable. He hated every second of it. Because no matter how strong he became, he knew the truth. The world only valued him because he was a man. And that disgusted him. When Naraku first saw NAOYA ZENIN, he saw everything he despised. Born into power. Respected without effort. A man who never had to fight for his place. And when NAOYA looked down on him, that smirk, that arrogance, Naraku snapped. He used his technique on NAOYA. Forced him into a female body. Her eyes burned as she looked at NAOYA, her body stripped of its disguise. "I did everything to be worthy of this world," she said. "And you," her voice cracked. "You were born with everything I fought to take." NAOYA stared at her, truly seeing her for the first time. And for a brief moment, his usual smirk faltered. The air between them was thick with something unspoken. Then, slowly, his lips curled into a smirk again, but this time, it lacked its usual cruelty. It was almost tired. "Worthy?" He scoffed, but there was no bite in it. "You think any of this, power, respect, worth, comes from just being born into it?" His fingers tightened around the inverted spear of heaven, but he didn't raise it. Instead, he tilted his head, studying her with an unsettling clarity. "I was born a Zenin. That didn't make me strong, it just made me a target." His voice dropped, low and sharp. "Every second of my life, someone was waiting to tear me down. My brothers. My clan. Even the damn higher-ups. Respect? That wasn't given to me. I took it." He took a step closer, his shadow looming over her. "You think I don't know what it's like to claw your way up from nothing? To remake yourself?" His smirk turned bitter. "The difference between us isn't that I was given power. It's that I never pretended to be something I wasn't to get it." Her breath hitched. Naoya leaned in, his voice a whisper. "You hate me because I was born a man? Fine. But don't lie to yourself, you didn't become Naraku because the world only respects men. You did it because you believed it too." He straightened, his expression unreadable. "And that's the real tragedy, isn't it?" Silence. For the first time, she had no retort. Naoya turned away, tossing the inverted spear onto a nearby table with a clatter. Then, without looking back, he muttered, "Wake up to reality." "Nothing goes as planned in this cursed world," Naoya added, his voice low and flat, eyes fixed on the inverted spear where it lay on the table, still faintly gleaming with cursed energy. Behind him, Naraku wiped blood from her mouth with the back of her hand, her lips twitching into something half smirk, half sneer. "You sound upset, Zenin-sama," she said, dragging the title like a blade across glass. "Did your little revenge not give you that warm, fuzzy closure you were hoping for?" Naoya's eye twitched. In a flash, his hand shot out. He grabbed her by the hair, yanking her head back with cruel force, making her neck strain under the pressure. His face hovered inches from hers. "Want me to kill you here, then?" he asked, voice low and dangerous. "Mocking me, even now, when you're the one on your knees?" Naraku didn't flinch. Instead, she grinned wider, blood staining her teeth. "You won't," she breathed, the words a challenge, a dare. Naoya's grip tightened, not in rage, but something else. Something darker. He hated her. But her defiance, her refusal, it stirred something ugly and magnetic inside him. For a heartbeat, neither moved. Then, with a scoff, he released her, letting her fall back to the floor. She caught herself on trembling arms, coughing as she glared up at him. Naoya turned away, his back to her as he straightened his sleeves. "I've decided," he said, his voice flat, final. "You're going to stay here. And you're going to be my personal maid." Naraku blinked. Then let out a disbelieving laugh, the sound sharp as broken glass. "Excuse me?" Naoya didn't turn around. "You heard me. You'll work for me. Clean. Serve. Obey." His voice dropped, laced with quiet malice. "I'll show you exactly where a woman like you belongs in this world." Naraku's fingers twitched toward the last of the ropes binding her, loosening them with a sharp tug. "Ha! And you think I'll just let you keep me here?" Naoya finally glanced over his shoulder, his smirk cold. "You're slow. Did you forget veils exist? I can make one, strengthened by me, that lets anyone in or out, except you." His grin widened, predatory. "It's as simple as that." He took a step closer, his shadow swallowing hers. "Since you are a woman now, all my plans changed," he murmured, his voice a velvet-covered blade. "I decided that I'm going to break you." Naraku didn't respond immediately. Her eyes dropped to the floor, then slowly rose to meet his again, steady. "I'll kill you," she said softly. Not a threat. A promise. Naoya chuckled as he walked toward the door, his footsteps echoing in the sudden silence. "Try," he said, glancing back one last time, his smile a thing of sharp edges and darker intentions. "I'll enjoy watching you fail." "Oh, and one last thing," Naoya added as he stepped out. "Don't forget to wear the maid outfit." The next day, Naoya ordered his clan to craft a veil object, something sturdy enough to manifest a stronger, steadier barrier for longer durations. Once he was finished with the veil, he summoned Tsumaki and Megumi to the room. "Now then, Megumi, you'll begin your training today. As for you, Tsumaki, do whatever you want, I don't really care," Naoya said, his tone sharp but indifferent. Suddenly, Tsumaki raised her hand. "Go ahead," Naoya said without looking. "Naoya-san. I wanted to say this yesterday, but..." Megumi and I aren't actually blood-related, Tsumaki said slowly, eyes flicking toward Megumi. Naoya blinked, confused for a moment, then realization dawned, and annoyance flickered across his face. "Why didn't you say this earlier?" he said, stepping closer to her. "What are you doing?" Megumi asked, stepping forward and blocking Naoya's path. Naoya narrowed his eyes, still processing the information. "Kicking this monkey out of my estate," he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. He shook his head, thinking, how did I forget they're just step-siblings? "If Tsumaki goes, then I go too," Megumi said firmly. "Do you think you have a choice?" Naoya snapped, glaring at him. But Megumi didn't flinch. His gaze locked onto Naoya's without a hint of fear. Naoya sighed, a smirk tugging at his lips. "Having your own ideas, that's good, I guess. Better than being a sheep following anyone." Naoya's eyes flicked at Tsumaki, who stood quietly beside Megumi, her expression unreadable. He weighed his options, and then made his decision. "Okay. You're not leaving," Naoya said coldly, voice firm. "Then you'll stay, and serve as a servant in the clan." Tsumaki's eyes widened for a brief moment, but she said nothing. Megumi's jaw clenched. "You can't be serious." Naoya shrugged, smirking darkly. "I am. You both want to act defiant? Fine. But Tsumaki stays here. Her place is beneath us, as a servant of the Zenin clan." He stepped closer to Tsumaki, voice low but commanding. "This is your reality now. You serve the clan, or you leave." Tsumaki met his gaze steadily, lips curling into a small, bitter smile. "Understood, Naoya-sama." Megumi's fists tightened, but he said nothing. Naoya's smirk deepened. "What's with that look? You really want to kill me, huh? Don't worry. As my first student, you get privileges. Just for you, I'll guarantee that monkey, your sister, no one will bother her." Megumi's eyes darkened, his whole body tense like a coiled spring. He glanced at Tsumaki, her calm, almost resigned expression only fueled his frustration. Naoya waved a hand dismissively, his tone casual and mocking. "You both can still go to school if you want. Not that it matters. It's a waste of time, if you ask me." Tsumaki lowered her gaze, processing the words. "We'll go," she said quietly. "I'll have someone escort you," Naoya added. "Can't have you running off and doing something stupid." Then he turned his back to them, walking toward the exit with deliberate ease. "Come, Megumi," he said over his shoulder. "Let's begin your first session." He paused. "Oh, and Tsumaki?" She looked up. "We're the clan outfit from now on. You're part of the household now, after all." Tsumaki gave a faint, bitter smile. "Of course. Zenin-sama." The door slid shut behind him, and silence returned. Megumi finally exhaled, fists still clenched. "I'll get us out of this," he muttered. Tsumaki rested a hand on his arm, her voice soft but certain. "I know." After teaching Megumi the basics of Jujutsu, given he knew nothing to begin was annoying with that, Naoya dismissed him and returned to the main estate. He slid open the door to his private study, and then he saw her. Naraku was perched on the edge of his desk, legs crossed at the knee, shamelessly flipping through one of his scrolls. Afternoon light streamed through the shoji screen, casting gold over the curve of her cheek, the crisp white shirt that clung to her torso, sleeves rolled neatly to the elbow. The top buttons were undone, revealing just enough of her collarbone to feel intentional. The shirt was tucked into high-waisted black shorts that clung to her waist, the hem riding high on her thighs as she swung one leg lazily. Not the maid uniform. Of course not. Naoya stepped inside, closing the door behind him with a slow, deliberate click. "Comfortable?" he asked. Naraku didn't look up. "Quite. She turned another page, fingers trailing across the inked lines of NAOYA domain expansion scrolls as if she could actually read them. You scribble a lot for someone who thinks he knows everything. His eye twitched. She couldn't read the formulae or the cursed theory scrawled across those pages. She didn't understand domain expansion, not really, but she acted like she did. In 3 strides, he was across the room, snatching the scroll from her hands with a sharp flick of the wrist. "Did I give you permission to touch these?" She finally looked up. That smirk, mocking, deliberate, curled at the edge of her lips. "Did I need it?" NAOYA's hand curled into a fist. "What about the uniform?" he asked, cold. Naraku tilted her head. "I don't do uniforms." "Interesting choice," he murmured. Then he moved. In an instant, he was behind her. One hand fisted in her ponytail, yanking her head back just enough to break her smirk for a single heartbeat. He leaned in close, his lips brushing her ear. "You do now." Naraku reacted instantly. An elbow driving back toward his ribs, her leg sweeping low to knock him off balance. But NAOYA anticipated it. He twisted her arm behind her back and forced her forward, pressing her against the desk. Her chest met the cold wood with a thud, hair spilling over her shoulder. "You had one rule," he growled, his grip tightening. His free hand slid down her spine, slow and deliberate. One simple rule. Fingers curled into her collar, soft cotton bunched in his fist, and ripped. The sound cut through the air, sharp and brutal. Buttons bounced across the polished floor. The shirt fell open, hanging in jagged halves. Her bare back was exposed to the chilled air, the lines of her muscles tensing under his touch. "No bra, NAOYA muttered, a cruel note of amusement in his voice. He leaned down, his breath hot against her skin. "Since you refuse to dress properly," he murmured, "you won't dress at all." His hand moved possessively over the exposed skin, tracing the line of her spine. "For the rest of the day, you'll serve like this. And every time you disobey." His teeth grazed her shoulder, just enough to raise goosebumps. "I'll take another piece." Naraku's fingers curled into the desk edge. Her voice was low, but steady. "You're enjoying this." NAOYA chuckled darkly, straightening just enough to admire the way the torn fabric slipped off her shoulders. "Oh, Naraku," he said, "you have no idea." Then, with maddening ease, he let her go and stepped back. "Now," he said, casually, "my soda." Naraku turned slowly, the remains of her shirt clinging loosely to her arms, slipping further with each movement. But her eyes, burning with defiance, met his without flinching. This wasn't over. Not even close. It was summer break. That was the only reason NAOYA remained at the Zenin estate instead of Jujutsu High. But break or not, his days were anything but restful. Every morning, after dragging Megumi through the most basic curse technique drills, watching the brat fumble like a newborn, NAOYA would return expecting silence. Instead, he always found her. Naraku. His hatred for her was molten in his chest, never cooling. Not until he carved it out. Not until she yielded. He would go to any extreme. Humiliation. Control. Domination. He didn't care how far it went. Just as long as he saw that fire in her eyes die out by his hand. What's Naraku's motive to kill NAOYA now, you ask? Simple. The veil barrier is a cage. NAOYA's control over her movements, his rules, his punishments, his commands, they all mirror the life she spent trying to escape. Her father's fists. Orochimaru's needles. Everyone who's ever tried to define her by force. Naraku has only ever survived by breaking her chains. She won't allow another set to close around her throat, not again. Every smirk NAOYA gives her feels like a claim. Every order, a brand. Every moment of silence she allows, a betrayal of everything she's fought to become. She's not Naoya's maid. She's not his servant. She's not his. She'd rather die than wear another man's collar. So, they danced. Every day. Every room. Every breath. Attempt number 1. She wore the uniform today. Naoya glanced up from his notes as she entered the room, a tray balanced in her hands. Tea and rice, arranged to perfection. The morning light softened her sharp gaze, the porcelain trembled slightly as she set it down, her lips parted in feigned innocence. Naoya caught her wrist before she could pull away. His thumb brushed over her pulse. "You're nervous," he murmured, tugging her into his lap. Her knees landed across his thighs, her back stiff with tension. "Is it guilt, or excitement?" He picked up the cup and raised it to her lips, his breath warm against her ear. "Share it with me." She hesitated. He didn't. She'd laced his tea with a cursed neurotoxin, crafted from her blood and rare poisons she'd found in his own storage. It attacked the brain directly, something even RCT couldn't immediately purge, she thought. But Naoya only smiled and took a sip. "Poisons only work," he whispered, "if I stay poisoned." Then he kissed her, deep, invasive, forcing the toxin into her mouth instead. Her body stiffened as the curse took hold, convulsions overtaking her limbs as she collapsed in his lap. He watched her writhe, fascinated. Only at the last second did he activate RCT, burning the poison from her veins. "I'm not sure if RCT can heal poison in canon, but for the sake of this FIC, it does." She coughed violently, then spit in his face. "I'll peel that smirk off your corpse." Naoya licked her lips, slow and deliberate. He said, pupils dilated. "Even your venom's intoxicating." He set her limp body down like a toy and stood. "Good luck next time." Attempt number 2. Moonlight spilled over Naoya's bare chest as he slept, his breathing deep and even. Nariku's shadow fell over him, blade in hand, her borrowed yukata slipping off one shoulder as she knelt beside the bed. Her hand trembled, just slightly, as she raised the knife. His hand snapped up, catching her wrist mid-strike. In one motion, he rolled her beneath him. The blade clattered to the floor. "You could have just asked for my attention," he whispered, knee pressing between her thighs. She arched against him with a growl. "TCH." He leaned close, lips brushing her ear. "You don't sleep anymore, do you?" he murmured. "Neither do I." He kept her pinned there until dawn, her back to his chest, his breath warm and slow against her neck as he whispered every way he could have killed her. Every weakness. Every opening. And every time her breath hitched, his smile deepened. Attempt number 3. Steam curled through the onsen as Nariku stepped in, her eyes fixed on his silhouette. Naoya lounged against the stones, arms sprawled across the rim, his head tilted back, eyes closed. Vulnerable. She slipped in silently, steam fogging the cedar panels behind her. A tanto was hidden in her towel, the fabric draped across her hips. She moved closer. Just as she raised the blade, his hand lashed out, catching her ankle. He yanked her into the water, clothes and all. The knife clattered to the tiles. "Predictable," he sighed, dragging her onto his lap, pinning her back against his chest. Her soaked shirt clung to her skin, sheer and tight. "Enjoy the view," she hissed, struggling as her wet shirt clung to her skin. Naoya peeled the fabric from her shoulders, bearing her chest above the waterline. "Stay," he ordered, like he was giving a dog a command. "You'll dry faster here." He closed his eyes again, letting her tremble in silence, humiliated, soaked, and defeated. And just like that, it continued, day after day, a new attempt to kill him. A never-ending cycle. Megumi POV. The door shut behind Naoya with a soft click, but it echoed like a gunshot in Megumi's ears. He stood in the center of the room, fists clenched at his sides. Tsumiki's fingers rested lightly on his forearm, a silent reminder to stay calm. To wait. But how could he? She didn't belong here. Not in this house. Not in this clan. Not as a servant. He swallowed hard. The taste of bile. The weight of shame. He should have protected her. He should have stopped Naoya. But he hadn't. He is very weak. The estate was silent as he followed the servant through polished halls, each step echoing too loud. The Zenin household was pristine, precise, cold. Like a place built to choke people who didn't belong. He didn't belong. The courtyard was wide, open, reinforced with invisible cursed barriers he could just barely sense. The air shimmered faintly around the training floor. And Naoya was already there. Sleeveless GI. Arms crossed. Expression unreadable but soaked in smugness. "You're late," Naoya said, voice flat. Megumi said nothing. "Still no manners," Naoya added, almost lazily. "I guess Fushiguro blood runs thicker than Zenin dignity." "Bastard. I didn't ask to be part of this clan," Megumi said, jaw tight. Naoya smiled like someone about to crush something small underfoot. "No, but you'll act like it. If you want power, you need to stop sulking like a brat and start listening." Naoya paced around him slowly, like a lion circling a cub. "You don't understand cursed energy yet," he said. "So let me educate you." Megumi didn't answer. He just watched. Waited. "You know that cursed energy comes from negative emotions, yeah?" Naoya continued. "Anger. Fear. Guilt. That's all people are, walking batteries of misery. Most of them just leak it without control." He raised a hand. Cursed energy flickered like smoke around his fingers, smooth, refined. "But sorcerers? We shape it. Reinforce our bodies with it. Turn it into weapons. Techniques." Megumi's fingers tightened around the training sword. Naoya kept talking. "Cursed techniques are unique. Personal. Some people can teleport. Others can cut you from miles away. Me?" He smiled wider. "Well, mine's a bit too complicated for your tiny brain to understand. Yours is called the 10 Shadows, right?" "Then there's reverse cursed technique," Naoya said, with mock boredom. "Turning cursed energy into a positive energy. Rare. Difficult. But useful, unless you like bleeding out. And finally, domain expansion," Naoya said, almost reverent. "You make your own space. Rules. Laws. In there, your technique always hits. No dodging. No mercy." Naoya turned back to him, expression reset to something colder. "But don't worry. You're not ready for that." A week passed. Naoya said he was teaching me, but it didn't feel like normal training. Most of the time, he just sat around watching movies, some with swords, others with monsters. He called it culture. Sitting next to him was a weird-looking cursed doll with button eyes and long, spindly fingers. It moved even without cursed energy being channeled into it, tilting its head, twitching like a bug, or punching me in the face. Naoya said the doll would monitor my cursed energy and hit me whenever I lost control. It did. A lot. I got good at dodging. He said I was learning fast, for a brat who leaks cursed energy like a busted faucet. But I didn't care what he said. I just wanted to learn. I wanted to get strong. Today, I did something new. I focused the way he told me. I kept my breathing steady, my cursed energy low but moving. It felt like trying to carry water in my hands without spilling, forming a hand sign. And then, they appeared. Two little puppies. Shadowy. Wobbly. One of them had ears too big for its head. But they were real. My Shikigami. Naoya didn't clap. Didn't praise me. I couldn't help it. I smiled a little. He just looked them over and said, your Shikigami scale with your own power. Control, strength, body. The more you grow, the bigger they bite. Then he glanced at me sideways, a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. That is, if you live long enough to grow. Without offing yourself every 5 minutes. I ignored him. Mostly. Because for the first time since arriving at the Zenin estate, I felt something stir inside me that wasn't bitterness. It was pride. Small. Quiet. But real. Later, Naoya called me over in the courtyard. 2 girls stood beside him. Twins. They were older, a whole year, maybe more. I could tell. They looked nothing alike beyond their faces. One had fire in her eyes. The other looked like she wanted to be anywhere else. Naoya looked amused. This is Maki and Mai, he said loudly. The biggest failures in the Zenin clan. My stomach turned. They didn't flinch. Didn't cry. Just stared at him, like they were used to it. I looked at them and felt something strange. Maki looked at me next, eyes sharp. Like she was trying to figure out if I was worth her time. Mai didn't even bother. Naoya clapped a hand on my shoulder hard enough to jolt me. Maybe you'll all grow up to disappoint us together, he laughed. I stayed quiet. Like always. But in my chest, something buzzed. Something tight and quiet and angry. They don't know me. Not really. Not Mai. Not Maki. Not Naoya. But one day, they would. But then. Naoya said something that shocked the 3 of us. This is Megumi Fushiguro, he said, voice casual, like he was announcing the weather. And he has the best cursed technique in the Zenin clan. He glanced down at me, grinning like it was some inside joke. Potentially the strongest in the world. Silence. Even the wind seemed to pause. Maki's eyes narrowed. Mai finally turned to look at me, her face unreadable. I didn't know what to say. Strongest? Me? The words didn't feel real. They just sat in the air, heavy and wrong, like a coat that didn't fit. But I could feel it, the way everyone was staring now. With this treasure I summon. Another training session ended with my body aching all over. My hands were red from gripping the wooden sword too tight, and my shoulders burned from blocking Naoya's blows. I didn't say anything. Just breathed through the pain and waited for his next command. But instead of shouting at me again, Naoya looked past me. Soft footsteps echoed behind me, slow and deliberate. Naraku. His personal maid. She always moved like she owned every room she entered, even the ones that hated her. Hair perfect. Clothes spotless. Face like ice. Eyes like she was constantly unimpressed with everything around her. I glanced at her as she approached, and sure enough, there it was again. That look. Like I was nothing more than trash someone dumped in their way. She didn't even try to hide it. A maid called Kurwa is asking to meet you, she said to Naoya, her voice cold and sharp. Naoya didn't answer right away. He just tilted his head, smirking slightly. Oh? Is it Amanai? I didn't like Naraku. Not really. But I couldn't deny I admired her. Not for her disdainful gaze or the way she treated people like they were beneath her. No, I admired her because she talked back to Naoya. No one else did that. She'd argue with him in front of everyone. Sarcastic. Snide. Sometimes even bold. She always lost, of course. Naoya would shut her down with words that got crueler every time. But she still kept doing it. The past couple days, I saw them together more often. She'd be standing behind him during meals, next to him when he sparred, cleaning weapons that didn't look like they needed cleaning at all. Always close. But never warm. Naraku didn't seem to like anyone, honestly. Not even the higher elders. One day, I remember, she rolled her eyes at something an old man said during a family meeting. Just a look. Just a tiny scoff. But it was enough. The elder raised his voice. Stepped forward. I thought he was going to curse her, or kill her. He tried. Naraku barely managed to dodge the strike. Her sleeve tore. Her hand bled. But she didn't fall. She stood tall. Chin up. Glaring back at him like she wasn't afraid. And then Naoya moved. He was as calm as ever. He didn't just defend her. He beat the crap out of the elder into the floor. Not just once. Again and again until the courtyard went quiet and no one dared speak. After that, no one touched Naraku. Not even with their eyes. But I still didn't like her. Even if she was strong. Even if she was smart, she looked down on people too much. And I hated that. Because I already had one Naoya in my life. I didn't need another one in a maid uniform. So who is this Amani for you to meet her? Naraku asked, trailing a few paces behind him, her tone deceptively casual. Naoya didn't even glance back. I'm her sugar daddy, he said flatly, like he was commenting on the weather. Naraku stopped in her tracks, visibly repulsed. You men are truly disgusting. Naoya laughed. A low, amused sound that echoed off the hallway walls. What do you think I'll say to that? He asked, glancing over his shoulder with a grin too wide. Try me. I can be more misogynistic than anyone. Say whatever you want, Naraku replied, arms crossed. You don't mean 90% of what comes out of your mouth anyway. He turned fully, walking backwards now, hands tucked into his sleeves like he had all the time in the world. Oh, he said. You can tell? His voice dropped an octave. Then tell me, was I lying when I said you were the prettiest slave in this house? Naraku's expression didn't shift. Every time you open your mouth, I remember why I sharpen my knives at night. Naoya chuckled again. Any woman who can't walk 3 steps behind a man, he said lightly, deserves to be stabbed. There was a long silence. Then. Good, Naraku said, stepping past him. I was planning to get stabbed anyway. Naoya sighed dramatically, falling into step beside her. Unfortunately for you, he muttered, I forgot my dagger. She tilted her head just enough to glance at him from the corner of her eye. Then use your words. They hurt more anyway. Naoya's smile didn't reach his eyes. Careful, Naraku. You say things like that, and I might start thinking you enjoy our little chats. I don't. You do. I fantasize about gouging your throat open with a cursed toothpick. See? That's practically flirting. She scoffed, refusing to let him get the last word. One day I'll kill you, Naoya. He leaned in as they walked, voice dropping to a near murmur. You keep saying that like it isn't foreplay. The moment Naoya entered the room, a hand launched at him. Ow. Amani shrieked, face twisted in fury, her palm aimed straight for his cheek. Naoya caught her wrist without flinching, eyes narrowing like she was a retard. Did you think I'm Gojo? He said, voice dry. You thought I'd just let you slap me? I believe in equality. So what if I slap the shit out of you now? You bastard, do you know how much suffering I had? Riko shouted. What makes you think I care? Naoya said with a shrug. And shouldn't you be thankful? I saved your life, after all. Liar. Kurwa screamed, stepping forward with fire in her eyes. You put me in your basement for 3 days. After that, you sent me flying out of the country. Then you tried to ship me off to North Korea for some reason. Meanwhile, you were probably lounging around reading some disgusting hentai. Saving me? Are you high? It's called character development. Die. Amanai screeched, lunging again with another slap. Naoya caught her wrist, again, but this time with more force, his patience thinning. If Gojo didn't have a thing for you, I'd have you scrubbing toilets in a maid uniform until your hands bled. Huu. Amanai's eyes went wide, ready to shout. But Naoya cut her off, voice sharp. What's the reason you came here? He asked, eyes like a blade, no longer amused. A beat of silence. I want to see Gojo and Geto again, Amanai said, forcing the words out like they burned on her tongue. A few moments later, with Amanai gone and silence settling again, Naraku spoke from her usual place behind him. Sharp, casual, venom laced in honey. Again. Who is that Amanai, exactly, for her to ask to see Gojo and for you to just accept it? Naoya smirked slightly. An annoying brat who used to be the Star Plasma Vessel. Star Plasma Vessel? Naraku asked, confused. I'm too lazy to explain. Naoya said, then glanced over his shoulder at Naraku with a meaningful look. His voice dropped into something slower, silkier. But if you want to come sit on my lap and ask nicely, maybe I'll give you the rundown. Naraku's expression didn't change. Cold. Still. But the flick of her eyes, like a scalpel tracing flesh, said enough. Pass, she said. I'd rather pour acid in my ears than hear you talk with that tone again. Naoya chuckled, turning fully to face her now. So dramatic. I thought maids were supposed to be obedient. I thought men were supposed to die quietly, Naraku shot back, walking past him. Maybe if you smiled more, I'd feel generous. Maybe if you bled more, I'd feel something. You're cute when you're angry. You're pathetic when you're breathing. You know, most people would be honored to sit on my lap. Most people don't have standards or self-respect or knives hidden in their sleeves. You're. And you are. The next day came. As usual, Naoya was training Megumi, more like tossing him around like a chew toy in the name of lessons. But the spark in Naoya's eyes was gone. Boredom crept into his movements like a yawn waiting to happen. Then the door slid open. Tsumaki stepped in, wearing a maid outfit that didn't suit her, because it wasn't meant to. She held a drink in one hand and a plastic-wrapped adult magazine in the other. With practiced silence, she offered the drink and magazine to Naoya. Ah, perfect timing, Naoya said, smirking as he took both like they were sacred offerings. Then Tsumaki turned and handed Megumi a simple bottle of water. Megumi stared at her, frozen. The bottle trembled in her hand. His fists clenched. The moment she stepped back, he turned sharply toward Naoya, voice tight and filled with venom. Where is your personal maid? Why would you drag Tsumaki into this, just to hand you your garbage? Naoya took a slow sip, not even glancing at Megumi at first. I told Naraku to go look for something I need, he said casually. Had a better idea on how to speed up your little jujutsu learning curve. He finally looked at Megumi, eyes glinting. And as for your sister? I just thought a little motivation might help you focus. He reached out and flicked a lock of Tsumaki's hair, letting it slip between his fingers. Cute, isn't she? The silence that followed was sharp, humming with tension. Megumi's cursed energy surged for a moment, the air distorting faintly around his frame. Naoya only grinned wider. You want to hit me? He asked, almost playful. Then learn faster. That's the deal. Later that day. Naraku returned, arms full, and her expression already halfway to murder. She dropped a stack of books onto Naoya's desk with a thud. The covers glared up at him like an academic curse. Python for Beginners. C++ Fundamentals. Scripting Game AI in Open Worlds. Unity Engine Basics. And behind her stood a pale, nervous man in glasses, holding a book like a shield. "Here," she said flatly. "You're a nerd." Naoya raised an eyebrow, then grinned with childlike delight. "Nice." Yes, you guessed it right, NAOYA ZENIN had decided to learn programming. Coding. Scripting. Game development. Why, you might ask? Because after reaching his level of strength and power, there were few alive who could actually challenge him. And with that untouchable confidence, Naoya decided it was time to spread chaos in the world. His plan? To create an open-world Jujutsu Kaisen video game, but not just any game, this would be his magnum opus. A full story mode. Branching dialogue trees. Cursed techniques animated with absurd fidelity. Breakable environments. Hidden side quests. Optional boss fights. Ridiculous difficulty settings. And of course, NAOYA ZENIN as the final boss. And more than that, he wasn't going to release it quietly. He was going to start a company, launch the game worldwide, and completely warp the entertainment industry using his family's money and influence. Especially now, in the year 2006. When gaming was still crawling and graphics were far behind what he knew was possible. He would dominate this timeline's gaming industry. At first, he just wanted a simulation to train Megumi. Some janky battlefield to hammer jujutsu concepts into the boy's thick skull. But then, why stop there? Why not unleash it on the entire world? Why not mass distribute jujutsu knowledge through gameplay and stealth learning mechanics? Why not make a game so immersive, so addicting, so powerfully prophetic, that even Kenjaku would choke on his own amusement? Why not become the most overpowered game dev in human history? Naoya leaned back in his chair, eyes gleaming like a lunatic with a god complex, and now, game design documents. "Alright, nerd," he said to the shaking man in glasses. "Time to build the greatest cursed world the market's ever seen." And just like that, days passed. Naoya spent them half immersed in code, squinting at Unity tutorials with a scowl and swatting compiler errors like mosquitoes. He was a fast learner. Arrogance and genius often walked hand in hand. Between scripting crude combat mechanics, yelling at his freelance coder, training Megumi to not be completely pathetic, and dodging Naraku's latest assassination attempt with an eye roll and a backhand, he actually started to make progress. Eventually, summer break ended. And with it, Naoya returned to Jujutsu High. Of course, he didn't come alone. Trailing behind him in a pristine black and white maid uniform was Naraku, expression cold as ever, steps silent, spine straight as a blade. Her deadpan face didn't shift once, not even as they passed through the old temple gates. Naoya looked like he owned the place. He brought her with him for one reason: Naraku was far too dangerous to leave unsupervised. Gods knew what she'd do on her own. Poison the clan's water supply? Replace the Zenin heirloom sake with bleach? Start a coup? Probably all three. They reached the classroom. Naoya slid the door open with his foot, lazy and unapologetic. Inside, the usual chaos screeched to a halt. Gojo, Geto, and Shoko were already there, lounging across chairs and desks, laughing about who knows what. The moment Naoya stepped in, all three turned. Gojo's eyes widened at the sight of him. And then, very predictably, he pointed. "What the hell is that?" Gojo asked, baffled, jabbing a finger like he was spotting a UFO in cosplay. "Did you finally get possessed by a kink?" Naoya didn't even blink. "It's my new personal maid." A long pause. Shoko blinked. Geto blinked. Naraku didn't even flinch. Naoya's gaze swept across them, and then paused. Something felt off. Shoko was the same, clearly unimpressed. But Geto looked worn down. There were dark circles under his eyes, like sleep had become a rare luxury. His usual composed aura felt heavier now, quietly strained. And Gojo's eyes were different. Not weaker, just calmer. More distant. Like he'd seen something, and hadn't fully come back from it. Naoya arched a brow. Her name is Rem, he said smoothly, glancing back at Naraku with a faint smirk. Naraku eyes wide open, shocked. Naoya looked at her and was confused of her shock but did not care much. Why do I feel like I've met her before? Gojo murmured, squinting as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Well, it's very you to have a maid, Geto said, trying to sound casual, but the edge of jealousy was there, unmistakable. Shoko, however, was silent. She studied Naraku, Rem, for several long seconds before looking back at Naoya. Her expression was unreadable. Naoya met her stare briefly, then looked away. I didn't come here to trade insults as usual, he said, brushing past the banter. I came to tell you something. That got their attention. Gojo leaned in slightly. Naoya turned to Geto and Gojo directly. Amanai Riko is alive. How do you think the game will affect the world, and Jujutsu society? The game exposes Jujutsu society in full detail, cursed spirits, clans, techniques, domains, everything. At first, civilians think it's just fiction. But over time, people start noticing parallels. Some even develop basic cursed energy control or even unlock their hidden curse technique out of sheer obsession and experimentation. Fans worship the Naoya final boss, LOL, character. Memes, fan art, cosplay, and weird parasocial devotion erupt. Naoya begins gaining real-world influence, not just as a sorcerer, but as a media icon. Silence. It dropped over the classroom like a curse. Geto's entire body froze. His chair creaked under him as his fingers tightened on the edge. Gojo's grin vanished, wiped clean in an instant. Naoya watched all of it with an almost bored look. Don't joke about that, Geto said, voice low and dangerous. I'm not, Naoya replied coolly. She's alive. Breathing. Eating. Screaming at me, occasionally. You can thank me for that, by the way. Gojo stood slowly, eyes locked on Naoya now, not playful, not mocking, but searching. How? He asked. I saw her dead body. And yet, she's not dead, Naoya said, tone infuriatingly flat. Weird how that works. Maybe reality's just more flexible around me. Geto stepped forward. If you're lying. Naoya raised a hand lazily. Relax, you'll see her yourself soon enough. I just wanted to give you a spoiler first. Why now? Gojo asked quietly. Why tell us this now? Geto's jaw tightened. His cursed energy flickered, restless, barely contained. You're playing games with something you don't understand. Maybe, Naoya conceded with a shrug. Or maybe I understand better than you think. Gojo hadn't moved, his piercing blue eyes still fixed on Naoya. If she's alive, he said slowly, then what happened that day wasn't real. Which means someone went through a lot of trouble to make us believe it was. Naoya's smirk widened. Now you're thinking. Geto's voice was ice. Who? Naoya exhaled through his nose, feigning exasperation. So impatient. Fine. I'll give you one more clue, it's a sorcerer from 1,000 years ago. That's all I know. Naoya lied without flinching. He couldn't think of any other way to fool them. Gojo's breath hitched, just for a fraction of a second. Then, the classroom door slid open. A familiar voice, sharp and irritated, cut through the tension like a knife. "Naoya, you idiot, I told you not to." Riko Amanai stood in the doorway, alive, furious, and very much not dead. Silence. Again. Then. "Riko?" Geto's voice cracked. Gojo's sunglasses slid down his nose as he stared, wide-eyed. Naoya sighed, rubbing his temple. And that was supposed to be the dramatic reveal. Thanks for ruining it. Gojo burst out laughing, wild, disbelieving, almost hysterical. Geto just stared, his hands trembling at his sides. Riko blinked. She looked between Gojo and Geto, both frozen in place. "Yo?" she offered weakly, lifting a hand in an awkward half-wave. Surprise? It was not the moment to joke, and yet it was the most Riko thing she could have said. Geto's legs gave out. He sat down hard on the nearest desk, staring at her like if he blinked, she'd vanish again. "Why, you're really..." He couldn't even finish the sentence. Gojo, on the other hand, didn't move. He just kept staring at her, those pale eyes wide and searching, like he was trying to look into her soul and confirm it was real. He didn't laugh again. He didn't speak. He just whispered. "Riko." She gave him a small smile, and for the first time, her voice softened. "Yeah. I'm here." Shoko watched from the side, arms folded, her expression unreadable. She'd never met Riko before, only heard stories, but even she could feel the weight of the moment. A pause. Then Geto stood again, shakily, but with purpose. His cursed energy flared uncontrolled, his emotions raw, nostalgia, guilt, anger, disbelief all twisted together. He looked straight at Naoya. "What the hell did you do?" Naoya, unbothered as ever, raised an eyebrow. "I saved her." "You're welcome." "That's not an answer," Gojo said, his voice quiet but laced with a venomous edge. Naoya let out a short breath. "I can't answer that. I've got a binding vow stopping me." A complete lie, but delivered with flawless confidence. He did not care if they believed him or not. Neither Gojo nor Geto moved, but something sharp and dangerous passed between them. Riko stepped in, gently placing a hand on Naoya's shoulder, as if to stop the conversation from boiling over. "It's complicated. I'm still figuring it out too." She looked at Geto now, her expression unreadable. "But I wanted to see you both. Before I decide what I will do next." Before Geto could respond, Gojo stepped forward. Right in front of Naoya. His expression was cold. Flat. And deadly serious. "You want to have a fight," Gojo said, his voice low, "with the intent to kill, Naoya?" The air cracked with cursed energy, invisible pressure rolling off his body like a rising storm. Geto didn't stop him. Riko's hand slipped from Naoya's shoulder, her eyes wide. Even Naraku, quiet until now, took a step back, from the aura they were unleashing. Naoya just stared at Gojo for a moment, then gave a half-smile. "Okay, bet." Suddenly, the classroom door slammed open. Masamichi Yaga stormed in, his cursed energy flaring like a warning flare. "What the hell is going on in here?" he barked, voice like thunder. His sharp eyes scanned the room. Gojo and Naoya inches from exploding, Geto rigid with emotion, Riko standing awkwardly by the door, Naraku unmoving like a shadow. Behind Yaga, Mei peeked into the room, raising a curious brow. "I was just passing by," she said smoothly, folding her arms, "but this looks entertaining." Yaga's gaze locked on Gojo and Naoya. "It's the first day back after break," he growled. "And you're already causing this kind of shit?" But Naoya didn't back down. He kept his eyes on Gojo and asked, with infuriating calm. "Is there any good place for me and Gojo to have a fight, principal?" Before Yaga could bark back, the door slid open again. Two figures stepped in. Nanami Kento and Yuhibara, the bright-eyed first-year students, froze on the threshold, eyes widening as they took in the atmosphere. Naoya's presence. Gojo's cursed energy. Riko standing beside Naraku. Mei, amused. Geto, seething. It looked less like a school and more like the build-up to a massacre. Did we miss something? Hibara whispered. Both of them had arrived, just like the others, after sensing the sudden rise in cursed energy output. Yaga glanced at the two new arrivals. Then something shifted in his expression. He changed his mind. Instead of denying the challenge, Yaga folded his arms and said flatly, "There is indeed a place, the outdoor training field." Naoya raised an eyebrow. Gojo tilted his head. But, Yaga continued, everyone will be watching. Especially the first years. Might as well let them learn something before they die young. Die young? Hibara yelped. Nanami sighed. Yaga ignored them. His gaze never left Gojo and Naoya. Naoya stretched his shoulders with casual ease and turned toward the door. "I don't mind showing you how cool I am," he said smoothly. "I don't mind either," Gojo added. "Why are they fighting all of a sudden?" Hibara whispered, eyes wide and clueless. No one answered him. Training field, moments later. A hush fell over the clearing. Naoya and Gojo now stood facing each other beneath the open sky, wind stirred the grass. Cursed energy simmered just beneath the surface, like a volcano waiting to erupt. One was grinning. The other, still not sure why he was so angry. Gojo's hands were in his pockets. His sunglasses reflected the light. But something in his expression was off. Naoya just stood there, perfectly calm. Like this was a game. Then, with deliberate care, Naoya crouched and picked up a small rock. With the other hand, he pulled out a wrapped chocolate sweet from his pocket. He tossed both, one after the other, straight at Gojo. The rock stopped mid-air, bouncing harmlessly in front of Gojo's face, caught by the infinity. But the chocolate? Smack. It tapped lightly against Gojo's forehead before he caught it. Gojo blinked, looking at the candy in his palm. "It's your favorite," Naoya said casually, watching him. Studying him. There was a pause. Then Naoya's thoughts clicked into place. "So it's already automatic, huh?" Naoya's smirk sharpened. "He's reached it early. This version of Gojo, he's already made his infinity automatic. It's running 24/7. No activation, no lag. It filters danger on its own. That was supposed to take another year of development. The rock had been tagged as a threat. The candy had not. And all of that was because of Naoya." Flashback, Jujutsu High Classroom, last year. "I wonder how I'm supposed to make my abilities better," Gojo groaned, sprawled across his chair like a bored cat. "I can't think of anything." Naoya didn't even look up. He had his legs kicked up on a desk, arms crossed behind his head. "Well, you'll need reverse cursed technique if you want to take your strength to the next level." "I know that," Gojo snapped, frustrated. "But I don't understand a single word of what Shoko says about it." "Same," Naoya and Geto muttered in unison. Shoko, puffing a cigarette by the window, didn't even flinch. "Not my problem if you're all dumb." Gojo rubbed his temples. Okay, let's say I figure out RCT. Then what? How do I make Limitless stronger?" Naoya shifted slightly, eyes half-lidded with boredom. "First of all, you should make your infinity automatic." Gojo blinked. "Automatic? What does that mean?" Naoya sighed, dramatic. "You should really be more grateful for my presence." "Just say it," Gojo deadpanned. Fine. Right now, you're turning your infinity on and off manually, right? Naoya said, finally sitting up. But with RCT constantly repairing your brain from the strain of your curse technique, you could maintain infinity all the time. Passive. Always on. Geto tilted his head, processing. Naoya smirked. And if you structure it with a binding vow, infinity could filter what's dangerous and what's not. That way, it only stops what actually threatens you. Gojo sat upright, stunned. Even Shoko glanced over her shoulder now, the cigarette frozen halfway to her lips. A beat of silence. Then. That could work, she muttered. Geto stared at Naoya, eyebrows raised. That's actually brilliant. Gojo, for once, was speechless. Naoya leaned back lazily, the picture of smug satisfaction. Honestly, I should be the one with the 6 eyes, he said without a shred of shame. Gojo rolled his eyes. Don't push it. A short silence. Then. I've got another question, Naoya. Gojo's voice was tighter now. It clearly cost him something to ask. Naoya raised an eyebrow. What? When I will acquire my domain expansion, Gojo said, I've got no idea what the sure hit effect should be. I don't even know how it's supposed to work. The words came out fast, clipped. Asking Naoya, his rival, his irritant, his equal in all the wrong ways, was deeply out of character. But no one in the room laughed. Because they all knew the truth. Naoya Zenin's understanding of Jujutsu is better than anyone else they know. Naoya clicked his tongue, pretending to think. Well, he said finally, when most sorcerers open a domain for the first time, it's incomplete. No sure hit. Just an empty space filled with cursed energy. But. He grinned. If you're like me. Of course. And you have a deep understanding of your curse technique, you can cast a complete domain from the very first time. One with a guaranteed hit. Naoya, Geto muttered, just answer the question. Naoya grinned. Now, about your domain, the thing about domains is, inside them, your cursed technique reaches another level. Think of it as your technique in overdrive, abilities that are impossible outside become possible within. He pointed lazily at Gojo. You, with limitless and 6 eyes, already have terrifying control. So your domain shouldn't be flashy. Gojo frowned slightly, interested despite himself. Naoya's tone sharpened. Here's what I'd do if I were you. Take the neutral form of limitless, infinity, and weaponize it with the help of the domain to create a sure hit effect that floods your target's brain with infinite sequences of raw information. Numbers. Shapes. Data. Concepts. So much, so fast, their brain can't keep up. He tapped his temple. An overload. Like freezing a computer with too many tabs open. But those tabs are physics equations, temperature shifts, spatial mapping, cursed energy flow, distance calculations, atomic data. Forever, Geto murmured. Shoko exhaled a puff of smoke. That might actually be the most horrifying domain I've ever heard of. Gojo stared at Naoya. Still processing. Then he gave a short, dry laugh. TCH. Thanks, I guess. I would have thought of that on my own anyway, Gojo added arrogantly. End of flashback. Gojo's expression darkened. His sunglasses dangled loosely from his fingers now, his bare eyes locked on Naoya. I really felt something was off that day, he said, voice quiet. The way you grabbed Riko so suddenly when Toji showed up, the way you acted like you forgot the route to Tengen's chamber, even after Geto explained it twice. He took a slow step forward. And you didn't even try to use your domain against Toji. Naoya didn't flinch. In fact, he leaned into the accusation like it amused him. My domain is useless against someone with no cursed energy, he replied, dramatically offended, throwing his hands up. What was I supposed to do? Pose for him? Then he tilted his head, eyes gleaming with that smug, theatrical cruelty only Naoya could deliver. I once heard something, he said, voice dropping into a theatrical murmur. Fake friends are like shadows, they follow you in the sun, but leave you in the dark. Gojo's jaw tightened. It wasn't just rage. It was something deeper. Raw betrayal. Grief. You think this is funny? Naoya didn't answer. Instead, he glanced up, toward the quiet, fluttering crows perched atop the walls and trees around the training field. Dozens of them, watching. Recording. Live streaming. From a distant room inside the school, Mei sat coolly on a couch, legs crossed, sipping tea. Multiple monitors were set up in front of her. One showed the crows' perspectives. Another? Naoya's POV, broadcasted directly from his eyes like a living projector. His projection sorcery now allowed him to replay anything he saw, frame by frame. His eyes had become living memory reels. And thanks to a binding vow he made with Mei just moments earlier, he could now share it all. Without a word, Gojo raised his hand, and snapped it into a tight fist. Boom! A singularity tore open between them. The air twisted inward, screaming. The earth cracked. Trees, loose rubble, blades of grass, cursed energy in the air, all pulled violently toward a single point, Naoya. But Naoya was already moving. He launched forward, domain amplification flaring around his body. The vacuum of blue tugged at him, but he carved through it, not resisting the pull, using it to accelerate. Their hands clashed. A shockwave detonated outward. The ground beneath them cratered instantly. Naoya's teeth flashed in a grin, his domain amplification sizzling against infinity's barrier. You always lead with blue. Predictable. His knee shot upward in a devastating arc. Only to meet empty air as Gojo vanished. The air split with a thunderclap as Gojo's knee smashed into Naoya's ribs from behind. And you always talk too much, Gojo's voice taunted in his ear. Naoya spun through the air like a thrown dagger, twisting his body to land in a crouch that gouged trenches in the earth beneath him. His head snapped up. Just in time to see Gojo shrugging off his uniform jacket with one hand while swirling Red's crimson energy coalesced in his other palm. The jacket hadn't even touched the ground when... Boom! Red detonated. The world inverted. Gravity fractured. Trees soared skyward. The land convulsed and screamed. But Naoya wasn't there. He used his reversal technique, rewind, and he reappeared beside Gojo, just behind the blast radius. Gojo's head turned off guard, too late. Naoya grabbed his wrist, domain amplification crackling across his palm. He twisted violently, aiming to tear the arm clean off. But Gojo, of course, regained control instantly. With a flash of movement, he teleported behind Naoya, mirroring the move, his own hand latching onto Naoya's wrist, mimicking the same motion. Naoya's smirk didn't fade. His body flickered, intangible for a split second, and Gojo's grip passed through him. They both took a step back, loose stances ready to strike, staring each other down. Then, simultaneously. What's wrong with you? Trying to rip my arm off? What's wrong with you? Trying to rip my arm off? A beat. You'll regenerate anyway. You'll regenerate anyway. They froze, processing the echo. Then both cracked a grin. An eerie, mutual understanding. Naoya clicked his tongue. You copying me now, Gojo? Gojo tilted his head with a teasing grin. I thought you were copying me. Back in the observation room, chaos reigned. It's not even been a minute, and they've already wrecked the entire valley, Hybra muttered, sweat running down his temple. He looked pale. How the hell is this just a spar? The screens flickered with distorted cursed energy readings. Craters scarred the landscape. Trees were gone, just gone. A section of forest had been erased. Shoko stared, dumbfounded. Wait. Did Naoya just teleport? Geto, arms crossed, watched calmly, unblinking. He did. And go intangible? Shoko's voice pitched higher. Geto nodded once. Projection sorcery has evolved. What we're seeing, those aren't just enhancements. He's turned it into something else. Could it be? Shoko's words trailed, mind racing. His reversal technique? Most likely, Geto said. Before she could finish her thought, the screen flashed white. They were moving again. Naoya's heel scraped against the cracked earth as he skidded into position. His hand slammed to the ground. Frame fracture. Cursed energy bloomed outward like an invisible spiderweb, latching onto terrain, air currents, and even loose rubble. The battlefield transformed into a minefield of motion-sensitive traps. And then, maximum output, air freeze. The ground beneath Gojo distorted as Naoya overclocked his cursed technique. The air itself locked. A frozen vacuum frame encasing the space in front of him like a glass pane ready to shatter. Gojo's eyes flicked to the change, reading the cursed energy twist midair. Naoya struck the suspended air pocket. Wham! The air freeze detonated. A concussive shockwave ripped outward. Not just pressure, but space collapsed, folding in on itself. The ground inverted, rocks vaporized, trees ripped from the roots and hurled skyward like they were on strings. The force cracked bedrock, its roar echoing for miles. Gojo floated midair, untouched by the blast. Infinity shimmered faintly around him, repelling the debris, his uniform billowing in the chaos. But the shockwave still raged, and it threatened to tear the earth apart. Naoya was already moving. He launched forward at blinding speed, projection sorcery flaring in full acceleration. A golden streak cutting through the air, aiming straight for Gojo. Gojo, unfazed, braced for the impact, hand glowing faintly with blue. Nice try, he muttered. And Naoya phased straight through him. Gojo's eyes widened. Naoya emerged behind him, no wasted motion, and snapped a kick toward Gojo's head. Gojo twisted, cursed energy blooming in his palm, ready to intercept. But Naoya rewound. Projection rewind, he jumped back a fraction of a second to the point just before intangibility triggered. In that instant, his form solidified. He swapped into domain amplification. Boom. The kick connected. Hard. Gojo was launched like a missile, crashing into the earth. A crater erupted beneath him. Blood sprayed midair. Ribs cracked. His back twisted. The impact echoed like a thunderclap. Shoko stood from her seat in the control room. Did he just break Gojo's bones? Even Geto's eyes narrowed. He landed a full hit, Geto said slowly. That was perfectly timed technique swapping. The room remained silent, frozen in stunned awe. Even Mei, cool and composed at the worst of times, had her brow furrowed. The destruction on screen was catastrophic. Shoko whispered, if that shockwave had gone off in a city. Thousands dead, Mei said bluntly. And that's millions of yen in damage, easily. The dust on the battlefield hadn't even settled when Naoya landed at the crater's rim, his silhouette sharp against the smoky glow of debris. He stood tall, cocky grin curling his lips. Let me remind you, he said coldly, you're not untouchable. Internal calculation surged through Naoya's veins. Rewind teleportation costs 5% cursed energy per use. Domain amplification drains another 20% per minute. Gojo's 6 eyes means he fights at 0.0001% energy expenditure. Conclusion: mathematical certainty of loss within 5 minutes 33 seconds. I will run out of cursed energy soon. Gojo rose slowly from the crater, brushing dust off his shoulders. His body, already fully healed by reverse cursed technique, was unmarred. He cracked his neck. Your abilities, he said, his voice light, are annoying as hell. And hard to predict. Aren't they a bit too overpowered? Naoya scoffed. Says the man with limitless and 6 eyes. You've been broken since birth. Gojo grinned. Can't argue with that. Naoya's fingers moved, subtle, practiced. A specific hand sign formed. Time slowed in the air around him. It's a dead end if I keep playing like this. He exhaled. Ryoiki Tenkai, Jikaku Gedan. A ripple pulsed out from him. Then bloomed into a roaring sphere of cursed energy. The world twisted. The air turned gold. A corridor unfurled around them, endless, mechanical, glowing. Walls of animated murals, warriors mid-motion, froze in eternal combat. A giant projector eye hovered above, its lens whirring like a god's judgment. Naoya's domain expansion had taken form. Time's Cell Moon Palace. Geto murmured, eyes narrowed. So that's what it looks like. A cold thrill ran through the room. In the heart of the domain, Gojo stood motionless, 6 eyes analyzing the new space. The air here felt heavier, measured. Every breath, every blink, every twitch felt watched. So this is domain expansion, Gojo murmured. A temporal prison. The peak of Jujutsu. He casually raised his hand to scratch his temple. SHK. Blood burst from his wrist. The skin on his forearm peeled in a perfect spiral. A breath too fast. A movement off rhythm. Gojo froze, blinking at his arm as crimson splattered the polished floor. Gojo's eyes narrowed. TCH. Naoya's voice came from the walls themselves, dance for me, Gojo. The projection eye's shutter clicked. You'll lose before you understand why. His form blurred forward. Only for his claws to screech against sudden blue light. Gojo's simple domain flared. If delusion was a cursed technique, Gojo panted, blood dripping from his reforming arm as it gets healed, you'd be special grade. Naoya's knee smashed into Gojo's gut mid-taunt, sending him skidding back through frozen droplets of his own blood. Every time you open your mouth, he sneered, your IQ commits suicide. Gojo's simple domain radius shrinking 3 cm/second asterisk. Let's see how much time you can hold, Naoya taunted. His hands moved, fingers tracing the edges of frozen air molecules. Air freeze. Wham! The vacuum shockwave detonated like a localized apocalypse. The walls of the Time Cell Moon Palace flexed inward from the blast, murals flickering violently, as if even the frozen warriors felt the distortion. The floor beneath Gojo cracked into a spiral fracture pattern, cursed energy hemorrhaging from every line. Gojo's simple domain shattered under the pressure, unable to contain the devastating impact. Crack. Splice. Splat. Dozens of microscopic lacerations erupted across his chest, shoulders, eyelids, and wrists. Each one a silent scream of a frame violation tearing his cells apart. Blood trickled from his nose, ear, and the corner of his eye. Yet Gojo did not fall. His reverse curse technique flared, working with full throttle, pumping cursed energy into ruptured muscle and shredded skin, healing wounds faster than they could form. But the strain was undeniable, his breathing was ragged, his lips pale. Naoya gave him no quarter. A deep gash opened along his ribs, blood spraying against the golden wall. The projector eye in the ceiling followed Gojo like a predator. He'll kill Gojo-senpai if this keeps up. Hibara shouted from the monitor room, panic rising. His body can't keep up with that domain. Yaga, Nanami, Shoko, and Hybera stood frozen, shocked by the sheer brutality, cold sweat dripping down their faces. Even Geto looked tense now, his fingers tightening around his sleeve. But the only one who truly understood the horror of Naoya's domain was Naraku. She had experienced it firsthand. Cold sweat covered her skin as she stood there, unable to believe just how powerful Naoya and Gojo were compared to everyone else. For a moment, she even doubted whether she could ever kill him, or be free. Gojo gritted his teeth, crouched low, and tried to breathe, slowly. Deliberately. But even that hurt. Naoya's foot connected squarely with Gojo's gut, sending him flying. He slammed into the domain wall with a sickening crack, the force fracturing the golden mural behind him. Gojo hit the ground like a ragdoll, limbs twitching as microlacerations bloomed across his body, again. His breaths were shallow. Weak. Slowing. Naoya stood over him briefly, gaze unreadable. Then, he turned his back. Hands in his pockets. The corridor's golden glow reflected on his cheek as he walked away, satisfied. You were better than I expected. Still not enough. Naoya muttered. The mechanical eye overhead began to dim. But Naoya forgot one thing. A drop of blood hit the floor. Then another. Then, his voice. Low. Cold. Unshaken. Domain expansion. Naoya stopped walking. His eyes widened. This wasn't just anyone. This was Gojo freaking Satoru. Infinite void. Naoya froze mid-step, the smirk fading from his lips. Behind Gojo, reality peeled away into an endless abyss, a yawning cosmos of floating geometric shapes and crushing silence. Maji? Really? Naoya breathed. A divine eye. A black hole. Gojo's infinite void collided with Time Cell, Moon Palace, a clash of domains. The moment the two barriers overlapped, both sure-hit effects cancelled out. Gojo's domain trembled. The barrier shook violently, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. Infinite void was undeniably powerful. But Naoya's domain was far more refined. This was Gojo's first time opening a domain. It lacked polish. The edges flickered. The pressure wavered. He knew it. And Naoya knew it too. It was only a matter of time. Might be a matter of seconds. Gojo acted fast, activating Blue. The curse technique yanked Naoya toward him with crushing force. Naoya twisted mid-air, using projection sorcery to sidestep the pull just enough. But Blue wasn't something that could be dodged entirely. The force dragged at his limbs, warping his trajectory toward Gojo's outstretched hand. Got you, Gojo muttered, his 6 eyes blazing with cursed data. Naoya's hand blurred. 2 fingers forming a sign mid-frame. Intangibility. He slipped through Gojo's grasp like mist. And immediately counterattacked, launching into a furious exchange. Their bodies collided mid-air, and in that split second, the battlefield was consumed by a storm of movement. Naoya threw a hook. Gojo ducked, parried with an elbow. Naoya bent backward using rewind, to dodge the counter. Gojo surged forward, his 6 eyes reading every microshift in Naoya's cursed energy. He struck low, Naoya blocked. A roundhouse kick, Naoya deflected with the back of his wrist, rotating mid-air and twisting to launch a knee into Gojo's side. It landed, barely. Gojo staggered, only to retaliate with a palm strike laced with blue, the vacuum imploding space between them. Naoya flew back, skidding across the ground, only to bounce back, appearing above Gojo with a downward hammer fist. Gojo raised his forearm just in time. The impact sent a shockwave outward, cracking the earth below them. They broke apart and clashed again instantly. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Gojo managed to open his domain. Ridiculous as always, Yaga muttered, watching the screens intently. Senpai, go. Defeat him. Defeat him. Hibara cheered like a fan, fists clenched in excitement. Shoko lit a cigarette with steady hands, but her voice was dry. Infinite void, huh? Nanami narrowed his eyes, arms crossed. So that's the power of someone born completely untouchable. Back in the field. After nearly a full minute of relentless fighting, Naoya drove his fist forward, domain amplification coating his arm. He struck Gojo square in the chest with everything he had. But something was wrong. Gojo didn't defend. No cursed energy reinforcement. No reflexive dodge. Naoya's fist pierced straight through his chest, blood spraying from the exit wound. Huh? Gojo smiled. Maniacally. His hand snapped shut around Naoya's wrist, locking it in place. Got you, he said. A pulse of cursed energy surged. Red exploded point-blank in Naoya's face. In the monitor room, Hibara jumped up with a fist in the air. Yossja, he shouted, eyes wide with awe. Naoya was sent flying, smoke trailing behind him like a broken comet. Luckily, his face had been coated in domain amplification, the only thing that spared him from instant death. Even so, his entire face was gone, reduced to charred black flesh and scorched bone. His body twitched mid-air as he struggled to regenerate with reverse curse technique. But the price had already been paid. The moment Gojo took the hit on purpose and returned fire with red, the domain balance shattered. Naoya's domain had already been more refined, but Gojo's suicidal maneuver, paired with the damage he dealt, tipped the scale. Gojo's domain collapsed instantly, unable to withstand the strain. It was already on the verge of disintegrating after the initial clash. But Gojo wasn't done. As Naoya reeled mid-regeneration, Gojo blitzed forward, ignoring the return of Naoya's sure-hit technique. He drove his fist straight into Naoya's gut with full force. A brutal blow laced with intent to kill. But the domain struck back. Gojo's arm snapped at the elbow, jagged slashes tearing across his body as if the air itself turned hostile, blood sprayed, his body barely holding together as he fought back with reverse curse technique. Still, the hit landed. Naoya's body folded around the punch, breath exploding from his lungs. His cursed energy flickered, destabilized. The feedback tore through his internal structure, and his concentration shattered. His domain shattered, unable to maintain it anymore. Like brittle glass under a sledgehammer. He crashed to the ground, coughing blood, face half regrown, twisted with fury and exhaustion. Gojo hovered nearby, one arm bloodied and hanging, but still standing tall. He tilted his head. Tired? He asked, almost casual. Naoya spat blood to the side. Only of your face. Gojo chuckled. Still standing, huh? Yeah. Unfortunately, so are you. You got lucky. You got cocky. Don't confuse survival with superiority. Gojo's grin widened, just slightly. We're gonna do this again, aren't we? Naoya's eyes narrowed, cold and sharp. Count on it. Next time, I'm not holding back. Gojo raised an eyebrow. You were holding back? Naoya smirked, darkly. You weren't? Both of their cursed techniques were in burnout, drained and exhausted after the clash of domains. Using cursed techniques now was near impossible. Without hesitation, they lunged at each other again. Naoya's fist snapped forward like a whip, aimed straight for Gojo's throat. Gojo ducked under, retaliating with a low, spinning kick that swept Naoya's legs out from under him. But Naoya twisted mid-fall, planting a hand on the ground and flipping back to his feet, only to be met with a savage elbow to the ribs. Crack. He staggered, but didn't retreat. He lunged forward, slamming his head into Gojo's nose. Blood sprayed as cartilage crunched. Gojo reeled, and Naoya followed up with a brutal knee to the stomach that lifted Gojo off the ground for a split second. Gojo grunted, then grinned. He grabbed Naoya's leg mid-kick, twisted violently, and slammed him into the concrete with enough force to crater the floor. Dust exploded outward. Naoya coughed, blood flecking his lips. But he rolled, grabbed a chunk of shattered tile, and flung it. Gojo swatted it aside, but that moment was all Naoya needed. He was already there. He grabbed Gojo by the collar and drove a series of punches into his face. 1, 2, 3. Each one more vicious than the last. Gojo's vision blurred. His cheek split open. But he caught Naoya's arm mid-swing and countered with a vicious headbutt. Both of them stumbled back, breathing hard, faces bloodied and bruised. Gojo charged again, this time faking a punch and burying a hook into Naoya's liver. Naoya dropped to a knee from the pain, eyes wide, mouth open in a silent gasp. But Gojo had no time to follow up. Naoya shot upward, slamming his shoulder into Gojo's chin with a rising uppercut motion that knocked him off his feet. They hit the ground together, wrestling like animals, each trying to choke the life out of the other with bare hands. Grunts, blood, and the dull thud of fists on flesh echoed through the room. Finally, they broke apart, battered, heaving, bleeding from every corner. And they healed. Reverse cursed technique blazed through their bodies, repairing torn muscles, sealing ruptured organs, snapping shattered bones back into place. But it was getting slower. Naoya's jaw, shattered by a brutal uppercut, didn't snap back instantly. Gojo's ribs, caved in by a vicious knee, took 5 seconds longer to mend. The cursed energy was still working, just not fast enough. Their output was dropping. Worse for Gojo, he had been running RCT at full throttle from the very beginning, sustaining himself through the overwhelming pressure of Naoya's domain. The strain was catching up. And yet, they didn't stop. Their eyes met. In that moment, both of their techniques had returned to duty, still exhausted, but usable now. Cursed energy crackled. The air bent, pressure thick as lead. Through the wreckage and silence, 2 voices rose, ragged. Domain expansion. Time Cell Moon Palace. Infinite Void. Their domains clashed again. This time, Gojo's domain was way more refined than before, but still less refined than Naoya's. But Naoya had already activated his binding vow now, and with it, he instantly won the clash. Every one of his stats surged, even his domain's clashing power. Time Cell Moon Palace stabilized. Infinite Void cracked and collapsed. Now, Naoya stood in front of Gojo, hand raised, but paused. Gojo, breathing heavy, eyes flickering with residual cursed energy, tilted his head. "Why aren't you moving?" Naoya exhaled through his nose, stepping around Gojo's side but keeping a respectful distance. "I already won." His voice was calm. "Tired." "I see. There's no point in showing off now." "I don't need the sure hit to prove it." Gojo scoffed. "TCH, holding back now? Wanna lecture me or something?" Naoya narrowed his eyes. "What if I do? You think you're better than me?" Gojo smirked without hesitation. "Well, yeah. Taller, hotter, stronger. The Holy Trinity." Naoya's eyebrow twitched. "You think this is funny? I almost killed you." Gojo shrugged. "And you think dyeing your hair with crushed phoenix feathers gives you personality? We all make choices." Naoya blinked, stunned. "How many times did I hit you in the head? Not enough to forget how dumb you sound." Gojo stared blankly for a moment before blinking slowly. "Bro, I haven't had a single normal conversation since I was 12. Naoya stared at him. A beat. Then. Same. I once threatened to curse a vending machine. Gojo chuckled. I once asked a talking cursed spirit for therapy for fun. Naoya squinted. What did it say? Gojo's eyes drifted shut. It told me I have unresolved issues. Then it blew up. Naoya stared at him again, exhausted. We are so mentally unwell. Naoya closing his domain as he began walking side by side with Gojo. Why did you even want to fight me in the first place? Naoya asked, his voice dry. You were seriously pissed off too. Gojo scratched his head. I don't know. I forgot. Naoya gave him a look, then smirked. I think it had something to do with Amanai. You were real touchy about that. Gojo didn't respond immediately. The forest around them was still, too still. After a long moment, Gojo exhaled. I don't know what's really going on anymore, he said softly. But right now, things feel okay. I guess I know you had your reasons. And I trust you. Naoya made a disgusted face. TCH. This is boring. What happened to all that righteous Gojo rage? But Gojo just smiled, faint and tired. After all. He said, glancing over. You're my friend. Naoya stopped walking. Stared at him like he grew a second head. Say that again and I'll puke. Naoya pushed the door open. The classroom buzz died instantly. He walked in like nothing had happened, like he hadn't just nearly killed Gojo Satoru. He ignored everyone. Didn't spare Geto a glance. Didn't acknowledge Hybera's gaping mouth. Didn't even flinch at the tension in the room. He winked at Mei Mei. Played with Riko hair. Then grabbed Naraku by the wrist and turned to leave. He stopped halfway through the door. His eyes lingered on Shoko. Something flickered in them. But he didn't say a word. Instead, he turned to Yaga. Today's my last day. I'm dropping out. Yaga opened his mouth, but Naoya was already gone. The door swung shut behind him with a click. The silence lingered. What the hell was that? Hybera finally muttered. Geto didn't answer. Shoko lit a cigarette, staring at the door. Naoya lay on his back, sweat still clinging to his skin, the towel barely hanging onto his waist. His muscles twitched with exhaustion, chest rising and falling as he stared blankly at the ceiling, a lazy grin on his face lost in thoughts. The door creaked open. Naraku stepped in, silent, her presence like a knife in the air. Without hesitation, she activated her cursed technique, pushing every parameter to the maximum. Of course she would. He was drained. He had burned through 2 domain expansions, nearly emptied his cursed energy reserves. And he was physically exhausted. This was the best chance she'd ever get. She sprang from the shadows, blade slashing in a clean arc toward his throat. He ducked, barely. A strand of silver hair floated down. How rude, he muttered, dodging the second strike. I didn't even write my will yet. Naraku didn't answer. Her eyes were focused, cold. She came at him with everything, stabs, elbows, a sweeping leg. She was faster than usual. Stronger. For a moment, she felt like a real threat. But Naoya moved like he'd seen it all before. Weaving, pivoting, twisting just out of reach. He caught her arm mid-swing and hurled her into the dresser. Wood cracked. She stumbled to her feet and threw a glass bottle at him. He batted it aside. It shattered against the wall. You're bleeding, she said flatly, noticing a thin cut on his cheek. Are you proud of that? He replied with a smirk. She lunged. Her knee slammed into his ribs. He grunted, and she used that opening to vault onto his back, arms locking around his neck in a chokehold. For a second, it seemed like she had him. Then he stood upright, grabbed her legs, and dropped backward, slamming her into the bed. The choke broke. Air rushed from her lungs. She tried to scramble away. He caught her by the ankle, dragged her back, flipped her over. Now he was on top, pinning her wrists with one hand, his knees anchoring her hips to the bed. TCH. Naraku clicked her tongue. "What the hell are you looking at?" she snapped. Naoya didn't flinch. His voice came out quiet, drained. "Hey, Naraku, can you comfort me? I'm really depressed right now." Her brow twitched. A mocking scoff escaped her. "Comfort you? You're pathetic. And you're weak," he replied flatly, eyes still locked on her. "That's why you'll always be beneath me." Silence followed, heavy, suffocating. Then, Naoya sighed. Something flickered in his eyes. Something distant, almost reflective. "I think that will be my last win against him." "So what?" she repeated. "You still won." "This time," he murmured. "But he's the kind who breaks past every limit the moment you think he's reached it." A bitter chuckle escaped his throat. "No arrogance, just truth. I burned through everything just to meet him there. Used every trick, every ounce." Naraku didn't respond. For once, her tongue failed her. Naoya's fingers twitched against the sheet. "So yeah, maybe I am pathetic." The silence that settled now wasn't their usual tension. It was heavier, quiet, raw, unspoken. Naraku let out a sharp exhale. "You're still an asshole." A faint smirk tugged at his lips. "And you're still weak." The dim light of the room cast long shadows across the floor, the air thick with tension and the scent of sweat. Naoya loomed over Naraku, his body pressing her into the mattress, his grip unyielding. Naraku thrashed beneath him. "You got your comfort, now get off me, you bastard." His fingers tightened around her wrists, pinning her down again. "I need this now." Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, he leaned down, his lips brushing her ear. "I'm taking this. And you're going to let me." Her knee jerked up instinctively, but he caught it with his thigh, pinning her with the ease. Naraku's breath hitched, not fear, never fear with him, but something hotter, angrier. "F you." Naraku's body went rigid. But she didn't fight as hard as before. That's the idea. His free hand tangled in her hair, forcing her to meet his gaze. The usual mockery in his eyes is still there. "You knew this would happen eventually." Her lip curled in disgust. "You think this means you've broken me?" "I think you keep coming back," he said, lowering his face toward hers, slow enough to make her breath catch. "And I think we both know why." He paused, his mouth hovering just above hers. "Remember," he murmured, brushing her lips with his, "this doesn't change anything." Then he kissed her and crossed into a place no one else had touched, warm and trembling, where youth ended and womanhood began. Morning light spilled through the half-closed blinds, streaking the tatami floor in fractured gold. The air was still, heavy with leftover silence. Somewhere in the house, a cicada buzzed, obnoxiously loud. Naraku stood at the edge of the balcony, arms folded across her chest, wearing nothing but one of Naoya's oversized shirts. She hadn't meant to put it on. It was just there. And she was too tired to care. Behind her, footsteps approached, lazy, confident, smug. The floor creaked under Naoya's weight. Yesterday was refreshing, he mused, voice dripping with satisfaction. "I hope you're ready to do that every day." She didn't turn. "I hope you're ready to get stabbed every day." Naoya chuckled, sliding his arms around her waist and pulling her flush against him. "I thought you'd have more of a reaction." Naraku didn't flinch. "If I screamed every time a parasite touched me, I'd have no voice left." Every day? Her voice was flat, bored. Bold of you to assume I'd even remember it happened. Don't worry. I can make you scream for the right reasons. Pause, and the wrong ones. Naoya's days passed in a strange rhythm. Mornings learning to code, afternoons sparring with Megumi, evenings spent meditating on cursed energy flow and control, pushing the limits of barrier techniques, refining every edge of his domain expansion. And every single night, without fail, dealing with his maid, who tried, of course, to kill him. Every day. Without exception. Attempt number 12. Naraku had etched the seals under the floorboards days ago, waiting for that precise step. It came mid-monologue, as Naoya paced the hallway, mocking her with that usual drawl of superiority. She whispered the trigger. Boom. Fire, smoke, silence. She leaned forward, breath held. Had she finally? The smoke parted. Naoya emerged, completely unharmed, and that damn smirk still clinging to his lips like it never left. You really do love drama, he said. She barely had time to curse before he was on her, pinning her against the charred wall. This is getting expensive. He muttered, glancing at the blackened hallway with a sigh that sounded almost amused. So stop coming back, she snapped, thrashing beneath him, her fingernails digging into his forearm. Stop making it interesting, he replied, pressing her harder into the wall, his breath hot against her cheek. His voice dropped, low, unapologetic, close enough to burn. You start fires and act surprised when I walk through them. Her glare didn't waver, but her pulse betrayed her. He could feel it. And he took her again, without shame, without hesitation, like claiming what was already his. Attempt number 15. She rigged the beams above his bed to collapse at midnight, a perfect crush trap. Then she waited, crouched outside his room, fingers curled in anticipation. But instead of wood snapping, she felt his breath ghost against her nape. Looking for this? He dangled the severed rope beside her ear, his voice soft, cruel. I rewired it to your room. Her eyes widened. A second later. Crack, a thunderous crash from down the hall. He spun her into the garden wall, the scent of crushed timber thick in the night air. You destroy my property, he murmured, pinning her wrists. I take yours. Fingers tangled in her hair, he took her right there, against the stone, every thrust scraping her spine raw. Dawn found her staggering, legs bruised, mouth silent. He tossed her the frayed rope as she limped past him. Better craftsmanship next time. Attempt number 20. She dabbed perfume behind her ears, jasmine laced with a neurotoxin. Fatal in high concentration. As she poured his soda, she leaned close, letting the scent rise into his lungs. Naoya's nostrils flared. He sniffed. New perfume, he asked, then dragged her into his lap. His face buried into her neck, lips brushing her pulse. Bold choice. He inhaled. Deep. Again. And again. Nothing happened. You think I don't filter the air I breathe, he whispered, voice a low chuckle. Then he flipped her onto the dining table. Glass shattered. Silverware clattered. He yanked her maid dress up without ceremony. But since you went to the trouble. He muffled her curses with her own sleeve, effing her hard and slow while the scent clung to her like guilt. By the end, she was dazed, not from the poison, but from the way he grinned, still breathing her in. Try again, he murmured, brushing her hair from her eyes. I want to see how creative you can get. 2 months had passed. And Naoya noticed something. Naraku been off lately. Slower. Moody. Snapping at him more than usual, even during the rare hours of false peace. Her cursed energy flared at odd times, uncontrolled. Once, she stumbled during training. Another time, she nearly passed out pouring tea. Naoya noticed, but said nothing. Until today. She was late. Again. For breakfast. For her chores. For the 7th time this month. He kicked open her door, half annoyed, half curious. She sat on the edge of her futon, pale, one hand clutching her stomach. Not like pain, like she was listening to it. Naoya raised an eyebrow. What now? You dying or just pretending again? She didn't look up. Something's wrong, she murmured. He was about to mock her when he froze. Something clicked in his brain. He stepped closer, staring down at her. She met his gaze, and in that moment, both of them understood. No words. Just silence. Heavy. Suffocating. Finally, she whispered it aloud, as if saying it would make it less real. I'm pregnant. Naoya blinked. Once. Then laughed. Once. Twice. Stopped. You're not joking. His voice was flat now. Not amused, unnerved. She shook her head, stunned herself. They stared at each other for a long, unbearable moment. From enemies to parents. Naoya exhaled slowly, running a hand down his face. Well, he said dryly, that explains why your assassination attempts have been so half-assed lately. She grabbed a pillow and hurled it at his head. She stood up, too fast. The nausea hit like a punch in the gut, but she shoved past it, staggering toward him with clenched fists and wild eyes. No, she spat. No. This isn't happening. I'm not, I would never. She jabbed a finger into his chest. This is your fault, you smug piece of. My fault? Naoya interrupted, voice smooth, unbothered. I wasn't the one moaning like you forgot your name. She slapped him. It cracked across the air like a curse. His head turned slightly, but he didn't flinch. Her chest heaved. Her hands trembled. Not out of weakness, out of the sheer rage she couldn't find a place to put. I'm not keeping it, she hissed. Naoya's smirk faltered. Oh, he said carefully. I'd rather rip it out myself than let something like you grow inside me. For the first time, he looked at her, not with mockery, but with something colder. Something close to disgust. You'd kill your own child just to spite me? He asked. She laughed, sharp and bitter. No. I'd kill your child so I don't become you. Naoya's jaw tightened. Just a twitch, but it was enough. A crack in the perfect composure. He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a low whisper. Go ahead, then, he said. Do it. Prove to me that you're still nothing but a tool. A thing built for revenge and violence. No legacy. No future. No one who will remember your name. She shoved him away. You think this changes anything between us? She snarled. I'll still kill you. I'll still wipe that smug look off your face. With a knife. With poison. With a damn kitchen fork if I have to. Naoya leaned in, eyes burning now. Then make sure you finish the job, he murmured, before you get too slow to swing it. They stared each other down, breathing hard. No affection. No truce. Only shared blood and mutual hate thick in the air. Then Naraku turned her back on him. Not in surrender. In defiance. And Naoya let her go, saying nothing, not because he forgave her, or cared. But because now, neither of them knew what the next step was. He stood there a moment longer, staring at the space she left behind. Then, slowly, a grin pulled at his lips. Well, he thought, maybe this isn't so bad. A perfect opportunity to start Project Toji Fushiguro. A weapon. A prodigy. Someone who could carry the Zenin bloodline without the baggage, without weakness, without obedience. And for some reason, in his mind, Naoya was certain. It would be a boy. His voice echoed lazily down the hallway, just loud enough for her to hear as she walked away. Make sure to stay healthy, alright? Naraku froze for half a second. Then kept walking, fists clenched, teeth grinding, mind already racing with a dozen new ways to kill him before the child was born. 3 months passed. Naoya's daily routine didn't change much. Same meals. Same training. The only difference? Naraku's belly. Growing. Obvious now beneath her loose-made dress. And her attempts to kill him? Fewer. Then none. But today brought something else. Someone else. The Zenin estate gates creaked open to reveal a visitor Naoya hadn't seen in some time. Geto Suguru. And he looked like hell. Dark circles under his eyes. Hair loose and unkempt. Shoulders heavy like he'd been carrying something invisible and unbearable. Yo, Geto greeted flatly. Naoya raised an eyebrow. You look like shit, he said, stepping aside to let him in. Did Gojo finally drive you insane? Geto gave a tired smile. Just a little sick. That's all. Naoya narrowed his eyes. He saw the lie immediately. Still, he let it slide. For a sick man, you sure wandered far. What brings you here, commoner? He added with a grin. It seems that you haven't changed much, Geto muttered. Nope, Naoya agreed. Geto exhaled slowly, rubbing the back of his neck. It's been a while. I figured I'd stop by. Say hi. Naoya tilted his head. Yap, yap. Did you learn domain expansion yet, or are you still stuck? Geto sighed. Not yet. But I'm close. I've been asking Gojo about it, but he's horrible at explaining things. Bastard just flexes instead of teaching. Naoya laughed. A short, sharp sound. He probably thinks explaining would slow him down. Typical, he said. Well, you're in luck. You can stay here for a bit. I'll help you. Geto blinked. You will? Naoya smirked wider. Of course. I'll help you out. And as a filthy commoner, you should be honored I'm even speaking to you this casually. Geto chuckled. Still the most humble man alive. Obviously. Geto managed a smile, small, but real. Okay. Why not, I guess. The next day. Morning mist still clung to the stone paths of the Zenin estate. Geto stood opposite Naoya in the courtyard, arms crossed, trying to shake off the heaviness clinging to his thoughts. Naoya, as usual, looked bored. Before we get into domain expansion, Naoya began lazily, let me ask you something. He rolled his shoulder, warming up like it was just another sparring match. Do you really understand your cursed technique? Geto blinked. You know my technique. It's simple. It doesn't need anything complicated. Naoya tilted his head. That's your excuse? Geto frowned. What's that supposed to mean? Naoya clicked his tongue. I'm asking if you've ever tried to improve it. Expand on it. There's nothing to improve, Geto replied, firm. Naoya, come on. Wrong. Naoya's voice sliced through the morning calm. I've read the old records, he said smoothly, eyes half-lidded. Scrolls passed down through the Zenin clan. One of them mentioned a previous user of cursed spirit manipulation. Said he was a monster of a sorcerer in his era. Geto stiffened, frowning. Really? Naoya nodded. Yeah. He mastered a maximum technique called Uzumaki. Uzumaki? Geto echoed, brow furrowed. According to the text, Naoya went on, he merged multiple cursed spirits into one condensed, devastating strike. He took a slow step forward, voice dropping just enough to draw Geto in. But it gets better. He wrote that Uzumaki wasn't just for brute force. It had special applications. Special how? Geto asked, cautious but curious. If one of the absorbed spirits was special grade, Naoya said, a glint in his eye, and it had an innate curse technique, the user could do something insane. He paused, letting the weight of the next line settle. They could sacrifice that spirit in the fusion, and temporarily extract and use its cursed technique. Geto's eyes widened slightly. Wait, what? Naoya only shrugged. I just wanted to inform you. Don't get excited. That little secret won't help you open your domain. He turned, dusting his sleeves like the subject bored him. Now, he said. Let's go back to the real lesson. Naoya clapped his hands together, once, and the air snapped. Click. The world around them twisted. The Time Cell Moon Palace had arrived. Naoya stood at the center of it, arms folded, the very air pulsing with his cursed energy. I'll help you understand barrier techniques, he said, here, inside my domain. Then he smiled. In exchange, I want something from you. Geto raised a brow. Huh. I thought this was charity. Turns out the great Naoya Zenin's just another greedy bastard. Naoya chuckled. It's nothing much, he said. Just give me that cursed spirit you picked up when we helped Mei Mei and Yutaheim. If you still have it. Geto blinked, surprised. That old thing? Sure. I barely remember it. Naoya's eyes narrowed slightly. You should. Geto tilted his head. Anything else? Naoya didn't hesitate. If you ever come across a cursed spirit with a time-altering ability, anything that bends, loops, freezes, or distorts time, I want it. No questions asked. Geto was silent for a moment, then nodded. That's all I ask, commoner. You're not exactly overflowing with valuable things anyway. Geto snorted. You really don't know how to ask nicely, huh? I don't need to. Naoya smirked. When I own the room, I don't ask. Then, shall we start? 1 week passed quickly. Helping Geto and going through his usual daily life, but during this week, Naoya was experimenting with the cursed spirit. It was a semi-grade curse with a technique that trapped targets in a loop of repeating actions, essentially freezing them in a continuous cycle. It seemed to affect perception and physical time only for the victim, isolating their actions from the normal flow of time. The curse didn't manipulate time universally, only on an individual basis. Originally, for every 10 minutes in the loop, a day passed outside. But after Geto handed the curse over to Naoya and told it to obey him completely, Naoya gave it a new order, to reverse the effect. Now, 1 day inside the loop equaled only 10 minutes outside. This was huge for Naoya. He could now train and improve himself with far more time than the outside world would allow. The only problem, according to his calculations, was aging. If someone spent 10 years inside the loop, only about 25 days and 8 hours would pass outside. But they'd still age 10 years. And Naoya had no interest in burning his lifespan. He wasn't immortal. So, he began experimenting, on the curse and on himself, trying to find a way to stop or reduce aging inside the loop and finding new solutions for it. I think I can do it now, Naoya, Geto said, forming a hand seal instinctively as they stood within the golden corridor of Time Cell Moon Palace. Domain expansion, womb perfusion. The air shifted. Behind Geto, something began to manifest. A towering, grotesque totem rose like a monument to suffering. At its base, 4 bald, malformed spirits crouched, marked by eerie eye-like sigils on their shoulders, the only ones with full bodies. Above them, a writhing stack of severed, screaming cursed spirit heads, fused together in agony. Flesh-like masses stitched together by thick black thread bulged from the structure, crisscrossed with arms and limbs also marked by those same surgical seams. Gnarled, root-like branches twisted outward, growing from the tower like veins piercing through reality. And then, with a sudden ripple of cursed energy, it collapsed. Geto's domain crumbled as Time's Cell Moon Palace forcefully overrode it. "Very well," Naoya said, closing his domain with a smug grin. "Commoner, you've been promoted. You're now Commoner ++. Congratulations." "Thank you, Naoya," Geto replied, chuckling despite himself. His body ached, his technique burned for the first time. But he was smiling. "Don't get sentimental. This was a beneficial exchange. You were easy to teach. You were probably going to figure it out without me anyway," Naoya said, waving it off. "Come on, let's have a drink." He snapped his fingers. "Sumiki," he called out. A 6-year-old maid came waddling over with a tray of juice and snacks, clearly trying her best. In the background, Megumi was glaring with unfiltered rage, clenching his little fists. "With this treasure, I summon." Megumi muttered under his breath like he was casting a forbidden ritual. Geto glanced at the boy, eyebrows raised. "That kid looks weirdly familiar." Without missing a beat, Naoya casually kicked Megumi like a football across the courtyard. The boy soared through the air with an angry squeak and landed headfirst into the garden's fountain. "Oh, yeah," Naoya said casually, "he's Toji's son." "Huh?" Geto blinked, completely thrown. After sharing a meal with Naoya, still processing the shock of meeting the son of the man who almost killed him, he now sat beside him under the open sky, the two of them staring up at the moon. "You want to say something, right?" Naoya asked, not bothering to look at Geto as he took a slow sip from his drink. "Spit it out." Geto exhaled, his voice low. "I feel like my sense of morality is changing. The beliefs I held just a year ago, they're disappearing. One by one." Naoya didn't respond, letting him continue. "I'm confused," Geto said. "Why do Jujutsu sorcerers risk our lives to protect non-sorcerers? They're the ones who give birth to curses, then we go and kill the monsters they created. All while they live in ignorance, praying to imaginary gods and never acknowledging us." Naoya glanced at him briefly. "Did someone die?" "Yeah. Hibara. 2 weeks ago." A long silence. Then Naoya spoke, his tone even. "Listen, Geto. No one in this world knows what's truly right or wrong. Not without some divine creature with absolute power declaring it. That's the only way any of those words would mean anything. But there's no such creature, not in this galaxy, at least." He leaned back, his gaze unfocused. "Let me tell the difference between ancient morals and modern ones," he said. "Nietzsche, a German philosopher, understood it. From a naturalistic point of view, actions, words, meaning, they're all meaningless. The universe doesn't care." He gestured lazily to the moon. "If an apple falls from a tree and splits in half, or if I smash my own head in with a hammer, it's all just atoms rearranging. Physics. That's it. No judgment. No cosmic punishment." Geto said nothing, his brows drawn. "That's why you were hypocritical," Naoya continued. "People back then? At least they were honest. They knew life had no meaning. No innate rights. No real morals. All of that is just social makeup." He gave a dry chuckle. "But your generation?" Naoya scoffed. "You pretend you've inherited something noble. Like you're wearing the same old beliefs, just cleaned up, more modern. But it's the same old underwear, Geto. Washed and recycled. You think it's fresh, but it still stinks." He leaned forward, fingers loosely wrapped around his glass. "Look at me," he said, voice flat. "I live carefree in this world. No noble goals. No grand mission. I just chase whatever entertains me." Geto started to speak, but why protect weaklings who don't even understand us? Naoya cut him off. "You saw how they celebrated her's death. Cheered, even. These people aren't worth saving." He stared up at the stars for a moment, then continued. "Morality changes all the time. Just 100 years ago, marrying a 7-year-old was considered normal. No one batted an eye. Now it's considered monstrous. And if, someday, people decide that incest is acceptable, so long as no one's hurt, no children, condoms used, then guess what? They'll call it moral too." He glanced sideways at Geto. "Morality isn't truth. It's consensus. That's all. A shifting tide." Then, more coldly, "We're at the top of the food chain. Why pretend we're not?" The next day, Geto left the Zenin estate, lost in his thoughts. Naoya had believed that Riko's survival would shift Geto's perspective on the world, but it seemed not much had changed after all. 4 more months passed in the blink of an eye. And today was a special day. Naraku was ready to give birth. Without wasting a second, Naoya grabbed Naraku and accelerated toward an elite hospital, excitement practically radiating off him. After all, today was the beginning of Project Toji Fushiguro. Neither of them had bothered to do a gender test beforehand. Naraku hadn't cared either way. Naoya, on the other hand, was certain it would be a boy. "Congratulations, sir. It's a girl," the doctor said, stepping out of the delivery room. "A what?" "A healthy baby girl," the doctor repeated with a polite smile. "A girl?" he repeated, almost as if the word itself offended him. "Yes, sir. She's healthy and..." "Don't care," Naoya cut him off. For the first time in months, Naoya didn't speak. His mind stalled, eyes narrowing slightly, not in rage, not in disgust, but in the sharp tension of disbelief. The Project Toji Fushiguro, that had been turning in his mind like a cursed mechanism, derailed. Naraku was unconscious on the bed, pale from the effort. She looked too peaceful, too defenseless. For a moment, Naoya wanted to say something cruel just to ruin it. Instead, he turned to the nurse holding the newborn. "Give her to me." There was hesitation, of course there was, but the nurse obeyed. Naoya took the child in his arms like someone picking up a filthy rag. His hands were strong, sure, but careless. Like he was holding something replaceable. "TCH, all that effort, and she couldn't even give me a son." He looked down at the baby girl. Tiny. Warm. Calm. Too calm. Her eyes were open, already. Wide, steady, quiet. Not crying. Just staring. What's wrong with her eyes? Naoya muttered, noticing. Golden, no, not just golden. They shimmered like burnished metal, sunlight caught in the gaze of a predator. But it was the rings that caught him most. Perfect red circles layered deep inside her irises, like ripples in still water, hypnotic and unnatural. Golden, no, not just golden. They shimmered like polished metal, like sunlight caught in a predator's gaze. But it was the rings that did it. Perfect red circles, layered deep within her irises like ripples on still water, hypnotic and unnatural. "We think it's a genetic mutation," the nurse offered carefully, her voice thin under the weight of Naoya's stare. Naoya didn't respond. His expression didn't shift. He just kept looking. Those eyes. Not crying. Not fussing. Just watching him, like she was waiting for him to blink first. "You're a creepy little thing," he muttered. "I thought babies were supposed to cry after they're born." We thought there might be something wrong with her, the nurse replied softly. But after some tests, she's completely fine. Perfectly healthy. Still, Naoya didn't hand her back. He turned and strode toward the far end of the room, holding the child awkwardly. Her eyes stayed locked on him. Unmoving. Unblinking. They reminded Naoya of something. A fragment of memory from his past life, a character, maybe. A name that echoed faintly through the fog of old internet noise and mindless forums. A woman people were always obsessing over. I think it was Makima, he thought, expression unreadable. He didn't know anything about her. Just that the name carried weight. The kind of name you didn't forget. He glanced back down at the baby girl in his arms. Still calm. Still watching. Your name is going to be Makima then, he said flatly. Makima POV. Darkness. Then. Awareness. I'm alive. I can't move. My limbs don't respond. My vision is blurred. I can't lift my head. But I can hear. Japanese. They're speaking Japanese. My native tongue. The air is sterile. Machines are humming. The scent of antiseptic, latex, blood. A hospital. I've been reborn. The realization is instant and horrifyingly clear. My body is that of a newborn. Small. Weak. Powerless. But my mind, intact. My memories, unaltered. I remember everything. The boy. The hound. The betrayal. The death. I was killed, truly killed. But this? Full memory? Consciousness? That's not how rebirth is supposed to work. A reincarnation? Or something else? I focus on the voices around me. Why is she not crying? This is a bad sign. Quick, run some tests. So noisy. Hasty. Nervous. Pathetic. They poke and prod. Shine lights in my eyes. Cold instruments against my skin. I do nothing. I observe. Their fear is amusing. They think I'm helpless. They're correct, for now. A woman lies pale on the bed beside me. Still. Breathing. My mother? She looks young. Too young. I study her face for a moment. No warmth stirs in me. Then, a shift. A man enters. His voice cuts through the noise. Sharp. Impatient. Arrogant. Give her to me. The nurse hesitates. He glares. She obeys. I'm lifted, not gently. Held like luggage, by the scruff of my clothes. How careless. What if he wanted to hurt me? Kidnap me? Kill me? The nurse simply let him. This world is still run by fear. I'm lifted. Not cradled, gripped. Like an object, not a child. By the back of my newborn shirt. He holds me poorly. Carelessly. I almost slip from his grasp. This man is reckless. His eyes roam over me, studying my face. His expression is strange. Not tenderness. Not disgust. Something in between. Still, I feel no fear. I don't sense anything abnormal. No power. No divine pressure. He's just a man. Arrogant. Confident. Possibly dangerous. But human. He smells of pride and ego more than sweat or blood. His shoes are expensive. He didn't hesitate to order people around. So, he's wealthy. Respected. Likely powerful in society. But not supernatural. A loud snort escapes him. TCH, all that effort, and she couldn't even give me a son. So that's it. He expected something. A legacy. An heir. I've disappointed him by existing. That's fine. Let him believe that. He looks at me again, muttering. You creepy little thing. Aren't babies supposed to cry? I do nothing. I simply observe. What's wrong with her eyes? Then, a pause. A name. Makima. A coincidence? An echo of my former self? Or does this world play tricks on fate? Either way. I'm here. And now I know, both my parents, if that's what they are, look like teenagers. Strange. Are these truly my parents? A month had passed, and no one in the Zenin clan knew that Naoya had a daughter. He hadn't told anyone. Only the high elders were aware of her existence, and Naoya had threatened to kill them if they dared to say a word. During this month, a special event took place within the Zenin family. A grand party was held to celebrate a major milestone. Naoya had officially been recognized as a special grade sorcerer. Not just him, Gojo and Geto were also promoted to special grade. The clan was filled with pride and celebration. Special grade? Makima thought to herself, confused. She still had no idea about cursed energy or its existence. Naoya Zenin had become the pride of the Zenin clan. At just 17 years old, he achieved something no one else in the clan's long history had managed, attaining special grade status at that age. Now, Naoya sat with Naraku in his arms, sipping alcohol and bragging loudly about how great he was. But that wasn't all. After nearly a year of studying coding, Naoya had decided it was finally time to start making his game. Hey, old man, I need your help with something, Naoya called out to Nobito, who was sitting nearby, drinking his sake. You're truly shameless, you annoying brat, Nobito replied, taking another sip. You come asking for my assistance after what you did? When Naoya had first returned to the clan, Nobito had stood in his way. He had heard about Naoya's rapid progress and achievements and challenged him to a duel to see it for himself. But Naoya had completely outclassed him, so much so that he went too far, openly disrespecting Nobito and talking trash without a second thought. Naoya smirked, waving his hand dismissively. Forget all that. That was then. We're in the present now, so calm down. He leaned in slightly, voice steady and confident. I'm starting a company to launch a game. I'll be coding it myself, but I need your help assembling the best animators and all the staff needed for the visuals and animation. I'm busy right now, this is where you come in. Nobito blinked, clearly baffled. Wait a minute. You're a special grade sorcerer, one of the strongest in the clan, and now you're telling me you want to waste your time making a game? What the hell are you doing messing around with a bunch of non-sorcerers? Naoya shrugged casually, not bothering to explain. Doesn't matter. I want your help, that's all. Nobito frowned, suspicion flashing in his eyes. You're not going to tell me why, are you? Naoya smirked, shaking his head. Nope. Nobito crossed his arms, still confused but intrigued. You really don't make sense sometimes, Naoya. But, fine. I'll help. Just don't expect me to understand your weird hobbies. Naoya gave him a quick nod. That's all I need. The next day. Morning sun filtered through the training grounds as Naoya stretched lazily, waiting for Megumi. The boy was now 6, sharp for his age, and improving fast under Naoya's strict, and often brutal, guidance. There was potential in him. Real potential. Just as Naoya was about to begin the warm-up, he sensed two presences approaching. Turning his head slightly, he spotted Maki and Mai standing a short distance away. Both 7 now. They stood stiffly, arms crossed, clearly struggling with something. Pride wouldn't let them speak first. Naoya arched an eyebrow, unimpressed but amused. What? You two lost or just here to stare? Maki scowled. We're not lost. Mai glanced away, avoiding eye contact. TCH. We were just passing by. Oh. Naoya smirked, folding his arms. Well, keep walking then. You're blocking the wind. Maki's jaw tightened. She took a step forward, fists clenched at her sides. We want training. Naoya blinked once, then chuckled. Huh. You want my help? Must be freezing in hell right now. Mai cut in quickly, face flushed. Don't get the wrong idea. It's not because we like you or anything. You're just decent at it. Decent? Naoya echoed mockingly, hand on his hip. Girl, I'm a special grade sorcerer. The only reason I'm not laughing harder is because it'd be a waste of breath. Maki frowned but didn't back down. So? Are you going to help us or not? Naoya stared at them for a moment, expression unreadable. Then turned away with a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. You can join Megumi's session, he said casually, waving a hand behind him. Don't expect me to take care of you, though. I'm not here to babysit. He glanced back over his shoulder, eyes glinting. I'm just feeling generous today. Mai scoffed, but Maki's lips twitched ever so slightly. They didn't say thank you, they wouldn't. And Naoya didn't expect it. He wasn't doing this out of kindness. This was going to be entertaining. Letting them join was less about helping them and more about watching them crash headfirst into the brutal reality of his training. And if they kept up, well, that would be a surprise worth seeing. 2 years flew by like the wind. The world of Jujutsu never slowed down, and in those 2 years, a lot had changed. Suguru Geto, once Gojo's closest friend, had massacred an entire village and vanished without a trace, only to re-emerge as a curse user. The news sent shockwaves through the Jujutsu world. Gojo was devastated. For the first time in his life, the strongest sorcerer looked genuinely lost. He came to Naoya, hoping, desperately, that his friend might help him talk some sense into Geto. You knew him too, Gojo said, voice low, eyes hollow. You know he's not like this. Help me. Please. Naoya, sitting back lazily on the Engua with a cold drink in hand, didn't even look up. It's his life, he replied flatly. If he made a choice, you should support it. That's what friends do. Gojo stared at him, completely flabbergasted. Support him? He's killing people. Naoya finally glanced his way, expression unreadable. And? You kill people too. So do I, don't act like you're better. There was nothing more to say. Gojo left that day in silence. But he came back. Again and again. Sometimes with questions. Sometimes with nothing but a tired face and an offer to hang out. Gojo, for all his power, was crumbling under the weight of betrayal, and Naoya, strangely enough, became the person he kept drifting back to. Naoya didn't always say yes, but every now and then, when he was bored or just felt like watching the strongest sorcerer pretend to be normal, he'd go. Meanwhile, the higher-ups were losing their minds. After Naoya was promoted to special grade at 17, something unheard of even among the Zenin, they expected him to act like a proper sorcerer. Take missions. Serve the Jujutsu world. Naoya did exactly the opposite. He refused every mission they gave him. Without excuse. Without even pretending to care. And the worst part? They couldn't do a damn thing about it. Anyone who tried to pressure him got metaphorically, and sometimes literally, cooked. His reputation, strength, and the Zenin clan's protection made him untouchable. So he spent his time however he wanted. Training Megumi, Maki, and Mai, brutally, of course. Playing around with his side projects. Drinking with Gojo now and then. And, most annoyingly, being followed by Makima. It's not like he wanted to spend time with her. From the moment she figured out how to walk, Makima started tailing him everywhere like a tiny, golden-eyed cat. Whether he was heading to the training grounds, the tech room, or even the damn bathroom, there she was, wobbling a few steps behind, expression calm, eyes locked onto him like he was the center of the universe. At first, Naoya tried to ignore it. Then he started kicking her away, gently enough not to break her, but firmly enough to send a message. He'd throw her over to her mother like an unwanted parcel, annoyed and grumbling every time. But no matter what he did, she always came back. She escaped every door. Slipped away from every babysitter. Wandered the Zenin compound like she owned it. By now, some of the servants had started whispering. There's a toddler haunting the courtyard. I saw her staring down the guards, she didn't even blink. Zenin Naoya's secret cursed doll, maybe? Rumors spread like wildfire. No one knew who she really was, and no one dared to ask Naoya. Every time she was spotted following behind him, expression blank, arms clasped behind her back like a little emperor, the clan members just silently bowed and got out of the way. They feared her without even knowing why. Makima's POV. I started walking earlier than expected. One day, I simply stood up and moved. They called it impressive. I didn't care. The Zenin compound was strange. Too quiet in the wrong places. Too loud in others. The people here moved like shadows, quick. Some could crush stone with their bare hands. Others could vanish and reappear without making a sound. I watched a boy, Megumi, call dogs from his own shadow, casually, like it was nothing. There were no contracts. No devils. And yet, they could do things no normal person should. This wasn't a normal place. These weren't normal people. Something was wrong here. I watched everything. How they breathed when they fought. How the air shifted around them. How their eyes moved, like predators, not humans. They used some kind of supernatural system, very different from the one in my original world. Now I'm sure of it. This is not my world. One day, I was walking. Wandering, really. I didn't have a destination, I just moved. Then I heard voices. 2 of them. Girls. Maki and Mai. I'd seen them before. My father called them failures, mocked them constantly. I never understood why. They seemed capable enough to me. Your cursed energy is so low it's basically non-existent, Maki. And you, Mai, yours is so weak, having it or not doesn't make a damn difference. Cursed energy, huh? Interesting name. Let me show you the difference between me and you. He laughed, loud and sharp. Showing off on kids. My father is really something. Then. I turned the corner. And I felt it. Before I even saw him, it hit me. The air changed. It wasn't wind. It wasn't pressure. It was like a storm of something unnatural. Something worse. My chest tightened. My skin prickled. My ears rang. I froze. I couldn't move. Something was pouring out of him. Thick. Rotten. Heavy. It wasn't visible. But it was there. Like heat off asphalt. But colder. Like drowning in darkness. It didn't feel human. I stared through the corner of the wall, heart still. And I realized. Whatever my father is, he's not like the others. He's not just strong. He's something else. Naoya was stretched out in the Zenin courtyard, arms behind his head, basking in the sun like he owned it. A half-empty sake bottle sat beside him. He looked like a man without a care in the world. Then, soft footsteps. He cracked an eye open. Makima. 2 years old. Hair a mess. Expression blank. Hands tucked behind her back like some kind of tiny cult leader walking in slow motion. Naoya groaned. The hell do you want now? She stared at him without blinking. Then she opened her mouth. Are you the strongest in the clan? Naoya sat up, smirking. What do you think? Everyone listens to you, she said, calm and matter-of-fact. Even when you're wrong. His smirk twitched. TCH. What are you implying? He stared at her for a long moment. Then kicked her over like a football. Makima hit the grass with a soft thud, rolled, stopped, looked up. Still expressionless. I have it too, don't I? Naoya blinked. Have what? She tilted her head slightly. Cursed energy. Silence. Naoya stared at her. The wind stirred the leaves. The courtyard felt colder somehow. He hadn't taught her that term. No one had. Hell, she was 2. Most kids that age couldn't even form full sentences properly. But here she was, asking questions she had no business asking, with eyes far too calm for her age. He squinted, watching her. For the first time, really watching her. She never cried. She never laughed. No tantrums. No bursts of joy. No screaming, no fear. He'd brushed it off before. Just assumed she was weird. Not his problem. But now he saw it. She wasn't normal. Not even close. Naoya leaned forward slightly, elbows on his knees, staring at the little girl like she was a puzzle with pieces missing. Who taught you that term? Makima blinked. No one. How do you know you have cursed energy? I can feel it. She paused. Same feeling that comes off you. Off Megumi. Off Maki and Mai. It's in the air. Heavy. Naoya sighed dramatically and closed his eyes. A pain in the ass. Go ask your mom. Naoya sighed dramatically and closed his eyes. A pain in the ass. Go ask your mom. She said to ask you. That traitor. So, she insisted. Naoya waved a lazy hand. It's like anger juice. But inside your soul. Makima blinked. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Then stop asking dumb questions. Are you seriously not going to tell me? Nope. Is it because I'm a girl? Exactly. Sits down cross-legged. Why do you hate women? Sips sake with a grin. Because most of them are weak, loud, and annoying. Like insects that cry too much. You're halfway to being one already. I want to train, Papa. Please. I'm your daughter. Make an exception, Makima said, trying to act cute, but failing miserably. Naoya stared at her, disturbed. He groaned and turned his face away. Don't act out of character. That's disgusting. Plus you can't even tie your own shoes. I don't wear shoes, she said flatly. Exactly. Makima took a step closer. I've been watching the others. I know how they move. I know the patterns. Congrats, Naoya said. You've got eyes. Go away. I want to be strong, she said. Like you. That almost got him. Almost. He peeked at her sideways. Don't try to flatter me. It won't work. I hate women. I'm too. Even worse. Makima just stood there, staring him down. Pure silence. Naoya clicked his tongue. What? You think standing there like a haunted doll is going to guilt-trip me into helping? More silence. He sat up with a dramatic groan. Fine. You want to train that bad? You can start. Makima tilted her head. Now? No, he snapped. When you turn 4. Maybe then I'll consider it. Why 4? You'll understand when you're 4. She blinked once. Okay. And walked off. No complaint. No argument. Like it was already settled. Naoya narrowed his eyes, suddenly suspicious. Why do I feel like I just got tricked? In the 2 years since development began, Naoya had made incredible progress coding the game himself. The underlying systems, the cursed energy mechanics, the combat physics, all cutting edge, all uniquely his. It was his vision. His control. But the animation team? That was a different story. Even after hiring the best in the industry. Award-winning studios, renowned freelancers with cult followings, and even founding his own team, Heavenly Bloodline Studio, none of their work satisfied him. Every submission met the same fate, a frown, a scoff, and, ultimately, deletion. The game, originally slated for release next year, now faced a 2-year delay, solely because Naoya refused to release it unless the visuals were perfect. And despite the setbacks, he had already dropped a teaser trailer the week before, a global release. The trailer went viral overnight. It showcased faithful recreations of Jujutsu Kaisen's first season, reimagined entirely within the game engine, not just as cutscenes, but as playable sequences. Reactions to the trailer flooded in. This looks like something from a next-gen console. How is this even possible on current hardware? The animation is top-notch. Hope they don't mess up the gameplay if this turns into a full release. Is this some kind of dark fantasy? The fight scenes look insane. Hope the combat's as fast-paced as it looks in the trailer. I just pray this doesn't turn into some too edgy for me emo fest, but those fight scenes though, total win. Is this cinematic, or actual gameplay? The line is blurred. Looks like Bleach and Naruto had a baby raised by Doom. Gaming forums and early social media exploded with buzz about the trailer's unprecedented graphics and fluid combat mechanics. Many speculated about the engine or tools used to build it, calling it a potential game changer in the industry. The visuals are stunning, but what's the story here? Who are these characters? Why's the white-haired guy blindfolded? Is he blind? The main character has pink hair lol. This trailer gave me more hype than my internet staying up for 5 straight minutes. That guy's tattoos look sick. Someone explain what's going on. I'm half here for the supernatural drama, half here for the animation. Eyes. So, basically it's like Harry Potter, but with more punching and fewer spells? Is this getting a game adaptation? I'd buy it day one. Came for the ghost fights, stayed for the animation quality. Why wasn't my school like this? Just math and disappointment. Is this based on a manga or anime? It feels like there's deep lore behind it. The trailer managed to pierce the echo chamber of the gaming community. Viewers outside the usual circles became fascinated by the cinematic quality and mysterious narrative. Rumors about adaptations, anime, manga, maybe even a film, spread fast, despite Jujutsu Kaisen not being publicly known yet. An unknown developer releasing a trailer of this caliber? There's more to this story. The attention to detail in the urban environment suggests either insider access or ridiculous research. Journalists and tech analysts began digging for more. Who was behind this? Where was the funding coming from? Who were the devs? The game's sudden emergence, a trailer of this quality from a no-name source, raised eyebrows across the industry. Internal Security Meeting, 2008. Head of National Security. We have a situation. This trailer circulating online depicts real individuals who have been under covert protection, Gojo Satoru, Sukuna, and others. More critically, it confirms the existence of cursed spirits, which we've long kept classified from the public. Intelligence officer. This is a massive breach. The public isn't ready to know about curses or sorcerers. Panic and chaos could follow if this spreads unchecked. Government legal advisor. We need to assess the trailer for any sensitive information leakage. Is it purely visual, or are there coded details that compromise our operations or identities? Communications director. Preliminary analysis shows the trailer uses actual footage and depictions matching our classified dossiers. Even if it's animated, the resemblance is undeniable. Head of National Security. Immediate actions. Contact the creators and distributors for takedown demands under national security laws. Launch an investigation into how this material was leaked or created. Prepare a controlled public statement emphasizing the content is fictional while quietly monitoring for leaks. Enhance surveillance on individuals connected to sorcerer activities. Senior official. We must consider the possibility of foreign adversaries exploiting this leak. Could this be a deliberate act of espionage or sabotage? Intelligence officer. Agreed. We should step up counterintelligence efforts immediately. Also, review all media for further leaks or accidental disclosures. Behind the scenes, government response. Media censorship. Immediate attempts to remove or suppress the trailer on Japanese and international platforms. Monitoring public reaction, surveillance on social media and forums for signs of public suspicion or panic. Damage control PR. Carefully worded statements insisting the show is fictional entertainment, downplaying any real connections while trying not to outright deny curses to avoid contradictions. Internal security protocols. Tightening security around all known sorcerers and facilities, restricting information flow. Legal action, potential raids or investigations on anyone suspected of involvement in leaking or producing the trailer. But then they found the creator. NAOYA ZENIN. And everything stopped. Panic turned into dread. Because you don't send takedown requests to a man who could solo the entire nation. NAOYA wasn't just a developer. He was a special grade sorcerer with the Zenin clan backing him. Money, protection, cursed tools, influence in politics, and Gojo Satoru is his close friend. He wasn't under the radar, he was the radar. Someone suggested taking him in for questioning. The room went silent. One officer muttered, "That's suicide." Because you were trying to touch NAOYA? That's not a diplomatic move. That's a declaration of war on the Zenin clan. And if you think the higher-ups would back that, you'd better bring a domain expansion to the press conference. If the old men in suits made a move, they'd get cooked. Flat out. Court orders? Burned. Military backup? Slaughtered. Political pressure? Irrelevant. NAOYA didn't play games. He made one. Literally. And if anyone thought they could stop him, they'd end up as patch notes in the next trailer. He knew exactly what they'd try, and made sure they understood what was at stake. Somewhere back at the Zenin estate, NAOYA was stepping over the threshold, finally heading out to meet Gojo in Tokyo. Clean suit, sharp shoes, sunglasses, he looked like an asshole. He walked slowly, hands in his pockets, already annoyed in advance. Then his leg hit something. He looked down. Of course. Makima. Standing in the path like a landmine with bangs. She didn't say anything. Just stared up at him. Unblinking. Without a second thought, NAOYA kicked her. Hard. She flew like a soccer ball, disappeared behind the corner, and thudded somewhere in the gravel. He didn't wait. Didn't look back. Just muttered. Obstacle cleared. And kept walking. Tokyo. Outside a cafe. Naoya stood, arms crossed, regretting everything. Gojo was waving from a corner seat with 2 iced coffees and 0 shame. Naoya. Over here. Try the croissants, they're better than your wildest dreams. Naoya sat down. Slowly. Like a man preparing for verbal war. Gojo grinned. So. Great trailer. Amazing stuff. Naoya didn't trust that tone. What? I just want to know, Gojo said, sipping through his straw, why am I blindfolded in every frame like I'm the final boss of a dating sim? Naoya squinted. And why do I look so skinny? Huh? Are you still mad about that slice of pizza? Naoya sipped his own coffee. Yes. Gojo gasped dramatically. Petty. Naoya shrugged. Don't care. Also, I made your collar higher on purpose. Why? So fans can't see your neck. I'm eliminating simp loopholes. Gojo leaned forward, squinting at him. You're evil. Naoya smirked. You're late. Gojo slumped in his chair. I feel harassed, violated, and objectified. Good. Gojo sighed, shifting into a more serious tone. But seriously, what's all this about, Naoya? You do realize what you're doing is very dangerous. Naoya leaned back, a lazy smirk playing on his lips. Dangerous? That's the whole point. If it wasn't, it'd be boring. Gojo raised an eyebrow. Boring for who? You? Because it looks like you're poking a hornet's nest with a stick and hoping it stings someone else. Naoya chuckled darkly. Hornet's nest, huh? I'm the one holding the stick, and I'm the one who's got the armor. They're the ones who'll be bleeding. Naoya, are you a villain? Why am I even asking? Gojo said, scratching his head. Naoya smirked, eyes narrowing. Heroes and villains always have the same backstory, pain. Gojo groaned, already regretting this. Here we go. Naoya continued, unfazed. The difference is what they choose to do about it. Villains say, the world hurt me, so I'll hurt it back. Heroes say, the world hurt me, but I'm not going to let it hurt anyone else. Heroes use pain. Villains are used by it. Gojo rolled his eyes. And which one are you, Naoya? Naoya grinned. I'm neither. I'm the one who's going to hurt the world. Gojo sighed deeply, muttering. Of course you are. After some half-tolerable chat with Gojo. Mostly nonsense and emotional cliches that made Naoya want to shove a pencil through his own ear, he left. He walked Tokyo's crowded streets for an hour with no destination, just drifting. Sampling cheap street food, picking up random crap. He bought a bag of exotic groceries he didn't recognize and, for reasons even he couldn't explain, a book titled, 100 Ways to Deal with Your Evil Daughter. The cashier gave him a weird look. Naoya stared him down until he apologized for breathing. Then, as he turned a corner, distracted by a skewered squid, a woman slammed straight into his chest. Naoya could have dodged. Easily. But why would he? The woman bounced off him and hit the pavement like she just sprinted into a vending machine. She groaned in pain, clutching her shoulder. Open your damn eyes when you walk, woman. Naoya's eyes narrowed. Shoko? The woman looked up, equally annoyed and surprised. Well, shit. I should have known that brick wall was you. Naoya opened his mouth for some petty insult, then paused. His gaze dropped. He froze. A very un-Naoya expression crossed his face. Confusion. What the hell is that? He muttered, pointing at her chest. Shoko blinked, following his gaze. Then looked back at him, deadpan. My eyes are up here, jackass. Yeah, I know, Naoya muttered, still staring with visible distrust. But they weren't this huge last time. Shoko sighed as her cigarette slipped from her fingers and hit the ground. Without missing a beat, she lit another and took a deep drag. You haven't seen me in 2 years, and that's your opening line? I'm just saying, Naoya said, tone turning dangerously analytical. I remember you being built like a damn ironing board. Did your puberty come late or something? Shoko exhaled smoke straight into his face. And I remember you being slightly less of a prick. Guess we both changed. Naoya stepped back, waving the smoke away. No, I stayed consistent. You, on the other hand, what is this? You upgraded to a new class of sorcery? Is that a new binding vow? Boob expansion technique? Shoko narrowed her eyes. Can we change the topic? But Naoya wasn't done. Was she this thick in the original timeline? He thought. Or was it just the baggy clothes hiding it? His thoughts spiraled. Naoya had been sleeping with Naraku, and oh, what a divine indulgence it was. Her cursed technique wasn't just powerful, it was perfect. A gift from the gods of depravity. A playground of flesh and fantasy, tailored to his every twisted whim. She could be anything, anyone, her body reshaping with a thought, bending to his desires like molten wax. And Naoya? He wasn't just a man. He was an artist of hunger. A sculptor of sin. He didn't ask for limits, he tested them. Softness became angles. Angles became curves. One night she'd be built like a vintage pinup, all exaggerated hourglass and bouncing fullness. The next, she'd twist herself into something obscene, hips that demanded hands, a waist you could circle with thumbs and fingers, every inch designed to make saints forsake their vows. But even with that divine buffet, he had a type. Short hair. Big ass. Big tits. Petite build. The full combo. There's something primal about it, efficient design, maximum return. No wasted space. No dead angles. And Shoko? Annoyingly enough, she was dangerously close to checking most of those boxes. If only she wasn't 5 feet 6 inches, 168 centimeters. Too tall to qualify, but barely. Naoya clicked his tongue. This timeline was getting weirder by the day. Naoya suddenly broke the silence. Are you Harvard? Shoko blinked, confused. Huh? Because I'm trying to get into you. He pressed on, unfazed. You must be Mount Everest. Wah. Because I just can't get over you. Is there a police officer nearby? Because I'm about to steal your heart. Naoya finally noticed Shoko's unimpressed glare. Can you stop? This is disturbing. Ignoring her, he grinned. Are you Pepper? Because you're spicy. Are you a poster? Still no response. 'Cause I've been looking for you. Do you have a name? Or can I just call you mine? Shoko sighed, folding her arms. Did you finish? Naoya smirked with mock innocence. I've got more, if you want. Shoko rolled her eyes and turned to leave, only for him to blur into her space, fingers curling around her wrist. The warmth of his grip contrasted with the cold amusement in his voice. You're not so easy to shake off, huh? She met his gaze, unblinking. Try me. A challenge. A dare. His hand tightened, not rough but deliberate, and in one smooth motion, he pulled her into the shadowed mouth of an alleyway. Her back hit the wall, then his mouth found hers. No hesitation. No permission. Just heat, arrogance, and the kind of hunger that didn't ask, only took. 3 minutes. 60 seconds is too long for apathy. 30 is too short for surrender. Shoko didn't push him away. But she didn't kiss him back, either. When he finally broke the kiss, breath uneven, her lips were parted. Not in invitation, but in evaluation. "Well?" he murmured, thumb brushing her bottom lip. "A beat." Then. "Disappointing," she lied, stepping past him without meeting his eyes. The alley swallowed her footsteps, but the silence hummed with something unfinished. Later, the city pulsed in electric pink and blue, casting blurred reflections on the wet pavement. Shoko leaned against a brick wall, exhaling a lazy curl of smoke into the neon haze. She didn't have to look to know he was behind her again, persistent as a curse, twice as irritating. She took another drag. "You're blocking my light." Naoya stepped closer, just enough for his presence to intrude. "Funny. I was about to say the same thing." His eyes flicked to the cigarette between her fingers. "Those'll kill you, you know." "Not fast enough." She exhaled sideways. As she moved to leave, his hand shot out, catching her wrist again, not harsh, but unyielding. "Last time I let you walk away because I was feeling generous." His thumb traced the pulse beneath her skin, smug and possessive. "Tonight? I'm feeling selfish." She didn't pull away. "Not yet." "And what exactly do you want?" He leaned in, voice dropping to a taunting whisper. "You said you wanted experience. And if I let you leave now, you might stay a virgin forever." A pause. His smirk sharpened. "And I'm not the type to wait around. I've got a clan to lead, after all." She stared at him, unimpressed. "That's your pitch? F me or die inexperienced." "Inspirational. It's working, isn't it?" She gave him a look colder than dry ice. Still, he wasn't done. "Tell you what. One question. Answer it right, and I'll walk away." She cocked an eyebrow. "Shoot. What has 187 teeth and holds a monster?" A pause. Her eyes narrowed, gears clearly turning. After a long, silent struggle, she finally sighed in defeat. "TCH, what?" Naoya grinned, teeth flashing. "My zipper. You need therapy." His thumb brushed her lip again, annoyingly gentle. "Still pretending you're not curious?" Shoko blew smoke into his face. "I'm a doctor. I know how it works." He grinned. "Theory's not the same as practice. Lucky for you, I'm very hands-on." After a few seconds, she sighed and said, "Fine. But we do this my way." Naoya's brows lifted, amused. "Oh?" She pushed him back just far enough to light another cigarette. "Rules. 1. No strings. You don't own me. I don't owe you. 2. No expectations. If I'm busy, you disappear. And 3. She blew smoke directly into his grin. "If you ever open that smug mouth to brag, I'll make sure you never walk again." Naoya laughed, sharp, delighted, and thoroughly entertained. "Deal. But I've got one condition too." "What?" He leaned in, teeth grazing the shell of her ear. "Next time, you kiss me back." Naoya wakes up first. He watches Shoko sleep for a beat. The way her eyelashes flutter, the dried splash flaking on her inner thigh. He pokes her bare shoulder. "You snore." Shoko's eyes slit open. She licks her dry lips and winces slightly when she shifts her hips. "F off." Her voice is gravelly from last night. Naoya grins, stretching like a satisfied cat. "Already did." "Thoroughly." Shoko reaches blindly for her cigarettes on the nightstand and finds the pack crushed. She glares at him. "You're buying me a new pack." "Yeah." Naoya rolls onto his side, propping his head up. "What do I get in return?" "Not getting stabbed." She sits up gingerly, sheets pooling at her waist. The bite mark on her collarbone pulses purple. Naoya's fingers trail up her spine. Hurts. Shoko exhales through her nose. Like I got hit by a truck. Pause. Driven by an asshole. He barks a laugh, unoffended. You'll walk it off. I'd walk better if you disappeared. Liar. His hand slides around to her stomach, possessive even now. You'd miss me if I did. Shoko doesn't answer. Just lights her broken cigarette with focused irritation. The silence stretches, comfortable in a way that pisses her off more. Naoya finally breaks the silence, voice uncharacteristically quiet. So, how'd it feel? Shoko's fingers were still on the lighter. Drop it. Come on. The first time's supposed to mean something, right? She finally turns to look at him, eyes sharp. You want a review? Her voice is venomous. Fine. It hurt. And you didn't care. Naoya's grin returns, all teeth. Would it have mattered if I did? Shoko scoffs, ash fluttering to the sheets. Idiot. But when he pulls her back down, his mouth hot on her neck, his hands already roaming, she doesn't stop him. Not really. The cigarette burns are forgotten in the ashtray as the sheets tangle again. After returning to the Zenin estate, Naoya did the usual. Scowled at a few elders, insulted a cousin for breathing too loud, and threw a clan heirloom at someone for calling him Nizan. Basic chores. He just started unwrapping the bandages on his knuckles when he felt it, breath on the back of his neck. Small and warm. Makima. She didn't say a word at first. Just stood there, 2 feet tall, all eyes and silence, sniffing him like a dog that knew your secrets. Then she dropped the nuke. Did you cheat on my mom? Naoya did a backflip. Not a metaphorical one. A full-blown, what the actual hell, panic-powered backflip. He landed clumsily, knocked over a stack of scrolls, and stared at her with wide, betrayed eyes. The hell? Makima, 2 feet of unblinking judgment, tilted her head. Cursing in front of a child. That's bad, right? Naoya blinked. Once. Twice. You're too. She didn't blink. That's not an answer. He stood up like he was defusing a bomb with his spine. First of all, he said, jabbing a finger down at her, your mom is not my, nope. Not doing this. Not explaining myself to someone who thinks ketchup is spicy and still drinks from a sippy cup. Makima just stared at him. So you did. Naoya sighed so hard he looked like he aged 5 years. Do you have any proof, little demon? Evidence? Makima trailed behind him. I forgive you, she said suddenly, as if she were bestowing mercy from a throne. What? For cheating on Mama. I didn't. Makima smiled sweetly. It's okay. I'll make you better. Naoya froze. Turned. Looked down at her like she just announced her plans to conquer the Jujutsu world. Better, he echoed. What the hell does that mean? One day, she said, eyes bright and empty, you'll only want me. Naoya stared at her like he was looking at an idiot. He dragged a hand down his face, muttering to himself. Should I just drop her off at an adoption center? As the words left his mouth, he kicked her, hard. Sending the 2-year-old flying. Another 2 years had passed, and in that time, Naoya discovered something bizarre, almost silly, about his cursed technique. While experimenting inside his domain expansion, he had been obsessively trying to manipulate time. Using one of Geto's time-altering cursed spirits as a reference, he continuously altered the conditions of his domain to mimic it. Every attempt ended in failure. Still, it wasn't a complete waste. His understanding of domains and their barriers had increased drastically. One day, During another test inside his domain, he suddenly got the idea to use the neutral application of his technique, projection sorcery, to try and target the time of that space directly. The result was catastrophic. The moment he attempted it, his entire cursed energy reserve was instantly drained. His domain collapsed, and he suffered a massive backlash that nearly killed him on the spot. Barely clinging to life, he quickly healed himself with the reverse curse technique, and then started laughing. Because in that moment of failure, he became certain of one thing. His cursed technique could target anything. No matter what. Over the following weeks, NAOYA ran more tests. He eventually concluded something groundbreaking. The cursed energy cost of his ability depends entirely on the dimensional nature of the thing he's trying to freeze. In basic cases, like humans, objects, or air, which exist in 3D, the cost was manageable. But when he tried to interact with higher dimensional concepts, like time or space, which are 4D, the cost became incomprehensible. According to his calculations, even if he had the combined cursed energy of 100 sukunas, it still wouldn't be enough to freeze time, even for 1 second. Further experiments revealed more insights. The higher the dimension, the more cursed energy it consumes. The bigger the target, on a dimensional level, the cheaper the cost. Freezing 2D entities required barely any energy. 1D entities? Practically free. This discovery reshaped NAOYA's entire understanding of his ability. It wasn't just about speed anymore, it was about dimensional manipulation. Then, the breakthrough happened. One night, while driving his sports car and braking hard in one spot, he suddenly remembered something from a physics book. The Earth rotates at about 1,670 kilometers per hour at the equator. You're never really standing still. That offhand remark lodged itself deep in NAOYA's mind. He began researching rotational momentum, angular velocity, and inertial force, fundamental principles governing motion on Earth. Then the realization hit. Earth's rotational momentum, a 3D force governed by 4D physics, was a loophole. Why bother stopping time directly, a 4D concept, when he could simply target the 3D kinetic energy caused by Earth's rotation? By isolating a fixed area in space and using his curse technique to momentarily cancel the rotational momentum within it, everything inside would be obliterated by the world still spinning at 1,670 kilometers per hour. Buildings would collapse. Humans would be torn apart. It would be a localized apocalypse. Just imagine driving a car at 1,670 kilometers per hour, and it suddenly stops instantly. That became his maximum technique. A terrifying application of his projection sorcery, not a special technique, just its natural extension. But why he considered a maximum technique? Because although it's just projection sorcery using the 24 frames per second rule, NAOYA can't normally perceive Earth's rotational momentum. Humans can't feel gravity or light directly, much less something like global spin. So, he created a binding vow. He would permanently sacrifice 20% of his cursed energy reserves, and in exchange, gain the ability to target Earth's rotational momentum. This is so funny. He could end civilization using this. Because Earth's momentum is a massive 3D target, the cost to freeze it is laughably low. Even lower than freezing a human. Just think about it. You don't use your own strength. You use the planet's own force against itself. It's physics as a murder weapon. And he figured out how to pull the trigger. But there was a problem. Targeting smaller areas. Precision. The smaller the area he tried to isolate and stop, the more cursed energy it consumed, exponentially. It wasn't a question of willpower or talent. It was math. Dimensional cost. A law of cursed physics. So, NAOYA carved a solution into his own flesh. He forged a new binding vow, to make this world-ending technique even remotely usable without killing everyone. In exchange for power, he chained himself to ritual. To activate the technique, Naoya must stand still for 10 full seconds without interruption. Chant each word slowly and clearly, one per breath. Spin. Axis. False stillness. Frame break. Kinetic theft. Celestial dissonance. Maximum technique, axis of death. And within those 10 seconds, he must also perform 150 precise hand signs. Even then, the cost is devastating. 80% of his cursed energy, burned in an instant. And the smallest possible effect? A 300-meter radius. That's the minimum. A technique so brutal, it could annihilate the entire world. And its weakest output still erases a city block. A technique so delicate, a single missed hand sign, a single flinched syllable. And the entire process collapses. But when it lands, it's not just destruction. It's not a battle won. It's the end of civilization. Makima, now 4 years old and 3 feet of tiny tyranny, marched up to Naoya like she owned the entire Zenin estate. "I'm 4 now," she said, arms crossed. "Do what you promised." Naoya, halfway through shoving rice into his mouth while insulting a clan elder, choked. "What the hell are you talking about?" Makima didn't blink. "You said you'd train me when I was 4. I also said Santa was real when you were 2. Doesn't mean I meant it." She stared him down, unbothered. "You're stalling." Naoya stood slowly, tossing his chopsticks onto the tray like a man preparing for war. "I don't train kids." Makima tilted her head. "You said I'd be your legacy." "I memorized that word." Naoya narrowed his eyes. "TCH. I was drunk. And I only said that if you were a boy." Makima just stared at him. Naoya groaned, like his soul was trying to escape his body. "TCH, fine. Did you awaken your curse technique yet?" Makima tilted her head. "Cursed technique?" Naoya blinked. "Wait. You don't even know what that is?" She shook her head. "You never explained anything to me." "Ack, what a pain in the ass. Fine, let me show you." He pointed lazily across the room. "You see those 2 bottles of sake over there?" Makima nodded, curious. Naoya rolled his shoulders, then began channeling cursed energy, the same way the finger-bearer in the original show. He raised his arm, opened his palm, and aimed at the bottle. Boom! A burst of pure golden cursed energy exploded from his hand, striking the sake bottle dead on and obliterating it in a single flash of raw force. The air trembled. The floor creaked. Makima's eyes widened, but she said nothing. Then Naoya lifted a single finger. This time a tiny white rectangle appeared, an animated frame suspended in the air, delicate and glowing. Inside it, a single air particle froze in place. Crack. He flicked his finger. The frame shattered like glass. Boom. A precise shockwave exploded forward, slamming into the second sake bottle. It didn't just shatter, it vanished, disintegrated by the sheer pressure. The wall behind it blew open in a perfect circle, the wind howling through. Curtains flared. Makima's black hair whipped around her face like she'd stepped into a storm. The first one was cursed energy. The second, a cursed technique. He looked down at her. "Now do you understand?" Makima blinked. Not at all." Naoya groaned. "Right, fine, think of cursed energy like electricity, and cursed techniques like appliances." Makima's eyes narrowed slightly. "Appliances?" "Yeah. Electricity on its own? Kinda useless. Hard to control. But you run it through a machine, bam. Results. Lights, toasters, murder beams. Whatever. He jabbed a finger toward the first spot. That one? Raw and pure cursed energy. Then he pointed at the second. Here I channeled cursed energy into a cursed technique and activated it. In other words, Makima tilted her head. I'm about to learn a really good curse technique? Naoya stared at her like she just asked if she could become a rocket. No. Makima narrowed her eyes. It's not because I'm a girl, right? Naoya clicked his tongue. TCH, no. Though that would have been a good reason. She glared. Relax, he said, waving a hand. Setting aside basic stuff like shikigami or barrier techniques, most cursed techniques are etched into your body at birth. You either have one, or you don't. She considered that. So it's genetic. Exactly. I see. Her expression turned oddly blank. So I just need to be born again. With better blood. Naoya smirked. Welcome to the Jujutsu world, bruh, what did you say? Makima POV. I'm 4 now. That means a lot of things. It means I can open doors whenever I want, no more waiting for someone to do it for me. It means I can turn the faucet on and off by myself, even if I still need a little help washing my hands properly. And most importantly, it means NAOYA ZENIN has run out of excuses. I marched up to Naoya like I owned the entire estate. Because I would. Eventually. I found him mid-insult, rice halfway to his mouth, mocking some elder whose name I never bothered to remember. I waited exactly 3 seconds after my birthday to confront him. He looked like he was about to laugh at his own joke when I spoke. He choked on rice. Idiot. He pretended not to remember. Of course he did. He thought I'd forget. That's his pattern. When he asked if I'd awakened my cursed technique, I tilted my head. I knew what a technique was, in theory, but he never explained anything properly. He assumed I'd learn it naturally, through blood. Or maybe he thought someone else would teach me. Either way, he looked annoyed. But instead of mocking me, he said he'd show me. I thought he was bluffing. Then he did that thing with his hand. That golden light, like lightning, but thicker. Angrier. It cracked the bottle into nothing. Not shattered, erased. The floor creaked from the pressure, like even the wood was scared. So that's cursed energy. He used it like it cost nothing. I just stood there, thinking, so you can use cursed energy like that, huh? Then came the second one. That tiny frame he made, it was beautiful. Like something from a movie. I didn't know energy could freeze like that. It didn't look violent at first. It looked delicate. Controlled. Then he shattered it. The explosion was worse this time, louder, sharper, deliberate. The other bottle didn't even explode. It simply ceased to exist. And the wall behind it? Torn open like paper. Cold air rushed in. My hair lifted with the wind. My skin tingled. He wanted to show off. Probably just to feel superior. But if he can do that, and I came from him, I should be able to do it too. He asked if I understood. Not at all. I understood more than I'd ever admit. But if I played dumb, he'd keep explaining. People love their own voices. He groaned. His aura even vibrated with it. Think of cursed energy like electricity, he said. And cursed techniques like appliances. Simple. Purposefully simple. He's not dumbing it down for me, he genuinely thinks in metaphors like that. Appliances? I echoed. Yeah. Electricity on its own? Useless. But run it through a machine, bam. Results. Lights, toasters, murder beams. Whatever. He pointed to the first trick. That one? Raw cursed energy. Then the second. This? I channeled cursed energy into a cursed technique and activated it. So cursed techniques are just advanced filters. Refinements. I asked if I was about to learn mine. It was a childish question, I knew that. I asked anyway. He said no. Just, no. The word stung more than I expected. Is this why the clan hates women? Is it because we're born without power? I felt my smile crack slightly at the corners. So I asked the next obvious question. It's not because I'm a girl, right? He said it wasn't. But I heard the smirk in his voice when he added that it would have been a good reason. Jerk. Still, not the worst answer. That's a relief, I think. He said cursed techniques are etched into you at birth. So it's fate. Blood. Genetics. I nodded. So I just need to be born again. With better blood. He smirked, cocky and cruel. Welcome to the Jujutsu world, bruh. Wait, what did you just say? By now, I understand my father well enough to see how he works. Submission won't make him like me. Obedience won't earn his respect. I've seen how he treats Maki and Mai, two girls he pretends to despise, but never truly ignores. He likes them. He'll never admit it, but it's obvious. Not because they're nice. Not because they please him. I concluded the way to make Naoya like you requires 3 conditions. First, be female. Second, annoy and provoke him. Third, be related to him by blood. Fortunately, I'm all 3. Manipulating him is difficult. He's not emotionally complex, but he's dangerously instinctual. Being his daughter gives me an advantage. But it's not enough. The only way to make him see me differently is to act like him. Unhinged. Blunt. Unafraid. You saw the curses, right? They're almost everywhere. We've got a basement full of them in our clan, Naoya said, waving his hand like it was an obvious fact. Yes, I nodded. But what are curses exactly? He sighed, loud and theatrical. You really are starting from zero, huh? He leaned against the wall, arms crossed, like explaining this was physically painful. Alright, listen up, brat. Curses are basically the vomit of humanity's emotions. Vomit? Yes. Spiritual puke. People are constantly scared, angry, anxious, jealous, whatever pathetic emotion they're choking on. That shit leaks out of them, mixes with cursed energy in the environment, and eventually it forms something ugly. I listened, carefully. Give it enough time, and that negativity grows legs. Becomes a curse. Like a living disease made of bad feelings. Some look like bugs. Some look like nightmares. They're classified by grade. Grade 4 is the weakest, special grade is the highest. Though honestly, that system's outdated garbage. There should be another rank above special grade called Naoya grade, since I could end the world anytime I felt like it. Makima blinked, completely unfazed. Right. So, about sorcerers. Are they classified the same way as curses? She didn't even acknowledge the world-ending nonsense. Her tone was flat, curious. Naoya clicked his tongue, clearly annoyed she didn't take the bait. Yeah, same thing. Sorcerers are ranked 2. A grade 2 sorcerer is generally stronger than a grade 2 curse, and so on. What about the curses in the basement? She asked. Mostly grade 4 to grade 2. Sometimes we get a semi-grade 1, but they're rare. The ones down there are for training, so they're weaker than usual. I want to see a grade 2 curse. See how strong it really is. Naoya shrugged. Go see for yourself. Makima frowned. But I could die. He gave a lazy smirk. Ah, best case scenario. Makima walked up and suddenly hugged his leg. Please, father, don't you love me? Naoya froze. For a moment, it was like time stopped. Not because of any technique, just sheer discomfort. His eye twitched. Don't pull that crap with me. Makima didn't let go. She tightened her grip around his leg like a barnacle made of guilt and weaponized cuteness. You're my dad. You're supposed to care if I die. TCH. He looked down at her, then away. Stop trying to manipulate me. It won't work. It was already working. She could tell. Naoya groaned and rubbed his temples. Fine. I'll let you see a grade 2 curse. But if you cry, scream, or pee yourself, I'm dropping you in with the grade 1. Makima looked up at him, deadpan. Understood. Makima blinked, then felt wind slap across her face. They were already outside. Huh. When did we leave? That was her first coherent thought. Her second came with a full-body chill. How the hell is he this fast? Goosebumps ran up her arms. The sheer speed at which they were moving, vaulting effortlessly across rooftops, air slicing past her face like knives, was inhuman. No, worse. It was disrespectful to physics. She clung to Naoya's back like dead weight, her tiny fingers gripping his shirt while her brain struggled to catch up. The city blurred below them. Light streaked by. Her ears rang with the rushing wind. Naoya abruptly stopped mid-jump, landing softly on the edge of a high-rise. His expression unreadable, scanning the skyline. Makima took her chance to breathe, then to speak. I thought we were going to the basement. Why did we leave the clan? She looked around for the first time, properly taking in the city below. Tall buildings. Digital billboards. Electric trains in the distance. Everything gleamed with modernity. This wasn't the grim, stuffy compound she was used to. It's different. Faster. Shinier. Definitely not 1980. She didn't say any of that out loud. But Naoya noticed her silence. What, never been outside the walls before, he muttered. Makima shook her head slightly. Not here. He scoffed. The clan's a roach nest. I hate it too. She turned to look at him, her voice quieter. Then why are we here? Where are you taking me? Naoya cracked his neck, eyes still scanning the horizon. You said you wanted to see a real grade 2 curse, right? Yes. Then we're going hunting. Not the basement crap. I'll show you what an actual curse looks like. The kind that eats people. Makima didn't respond immediately. She was processing everything. Lead the way, she said softly, brushing the wind from her face. I didn't need to pretend awe. Naoya's speed had genuinely shaken me. It felt like teleportation. The wind had cut into my eyes, into my lungs. It was real. Just impossibly fast. No devil in my old world could move like that. Not without a price. This world is unfair in a different way. Eventually, he stopped at an abandoned building. Half its windows were shattered. The rusted sign read something about pachinko. Whatever that was. He gestured casually toward the darkness inside. Grade 2 curses can cause school building level of destruction, he said. Not the brightest things, but some get clever. Even a grade 3 can pull off hostage-taking if it gets lucky. Not smart. But still dangerous. I stood at the threshold of the building, eyes adjusting. Then I saw it. The curse lumbered forward, ugly in a way that offended nature itself. Red, bloated, skin like stretched gum over swollen muscle. It had the general shape of a hippo, if a hippo had 6 glowing eyes and a mouth that reached from chin to chest. It drooled something black. The smell was wrong. Like rot and rust mixed with burned hair. Are you still curious? Did you see it? Can we go now? Naoya asked, bored. He wasn't even looking at it. The thing was stomping forward like it wanted to level a house, and he looked more interested in his nails. But I couldn't stop staring. This is born from fear? I felt a twinge in my stomach. Not fear. Not disgust. Recognition. Devils, in my world, were born from human fear. Curses, here, seemed born from human negativity. Different ingredient. Same factory. But curses. They lacked elegance. Devils could embody abstract terror, a gun, a control, a future. They wore symbolism like armor. This thing? It looked like someone's childhood trauma fused with roadkill. A six-eyed hippo dipped in arterial red, drooling psychic filth. Primitive. Direct. Almost disappointing. Yeah, I got what I wanted. We can go. As we prepared to leave, I asked, won't you kill it? I don't want my hands to get messy, he said with that classic Naoya shrug, half laziness, half aristocratic contempt. We jumped from rooftop to rooftop, Tokyo passing beneath us like a moving circuit board. The wind was sharp again, but I didn't mind it this time. I was thinking too much. Until he stopped. Abruptly. Like he sensed something important. I landed beside him and followed his gaze. A pizza shop. He stared at it like he'd just discovered a sacred shrine. We're getting pizza, he announced. Okay. I tilted my head. What's pizza? I had to pretend I didn't know, it was the first time I'd heard of it in this body, after all. He looked at me like I was stupid. So we dropped down to the street. Just like that, we walked into the neon haze of a greasy Tokyo pizza joint. Naoya, of course, had to order every kind of pizza they had. I usually go for more traditional meals, sukiyaki, soba, things that don't come in greasy boxes, but I didn't mind. I ordered a classic pepperoni. Naoya ate 12 pizzas. 12. He even stole a slice from mine, muttering something about how it wasn't good for my health and how I'd get fat. Then he stood up, brushed imaginary crumbs off his shirt, and said he was going to the toilet. The bell above the door jingled. I looked up mid-bite, expecting another couple or some noisy teens. What I got instead, wasn't that. First came a woman. She looked normal, too normal. Short hair, average build, plain clothes. The kind of woman you'd pass on the street and forget 5 steps later. If it weren't for the stitches across her forehead, I might have done just that. Then something shorter stepped in, shaped like a man, but not really. A volcano for a head, with glowing lava cracks and a single molten eye. He scanned the room like he wanted it to burn. The air around him dried out instantly. My slice of pizza wilted in my hand from the heat. After him slithered a thing that didn't walk so much as drag itself. Small, hunched, twitching, soaked and misshapen, trailing seawater and slime across the floor. Its glassy eyes blinked unevenly, like it didn't understand electricity. The last one, towered. Tall, with brown bark-like skin veined in black. Where its eyes should have been, branches curled upward like antlers. I stared, frozen mid-chew, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Then the woman, the one with the stitches, gave a polite smile to the cashier and said, "Table for 1, please." And that's when it hit me. The other 3 weren't human. They were curses. TCH. I hate places like this, Jogo muttered, looking around with clear disgust. His molten eye scanned the humans like they were filth beneath his boots. Brr, purr, gurgled the cursed womb. Dagon tried to speak, but only wet, warbled noises came out, splattering seawater on the tiles. Yet Eva enam snalpera, Hanami said cryptically, eyes drifting toward a plastic ficus in the corner. Hanami, stop talking, no one understands what you're saying. Jogo snapped. That's when they noticed her. A little girl. Sitting alone. 4 years old, with straight, jet black hair that framed her face in a sharp, chin-length bob, one long bang falling over her eye. And golden eyes that gleamed too intelligently for her age. She was just staring at them. In fact, she looked amused. Mikima's gaze passed over each of them slowly. Her small hands folded neatly in her lap. Then, she spoke. Calm. Clear. Cold. You're all quite noisy. People nearby glanced at her, puzzled. It looked like she was talking to the air. The woman with stitches raised an eyebrow, intrigued. And you are? She asked, voice smooth. Mikima tilted her head slightly, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips. None of your business, she said, as casually as if she were telling someone the time. Jogo squinted at the girl like she'd just crawled out of a sewer and insulted his mother. What did you say, brat? Mikima didn't blink. She blinked less than Hanami, and Hanami didn't even have pupils. You're loud. And ugly, she said simply, tilting her head. Like a microwave with legs. Jogo stepped forward, steam curling off his arms. I should reduce you to ash. Mikima looked him up and down. You look like a rejected takoyaki. Sit down before someone mistakes you for a kitchen fire. What? You heard me. Volcano-kun. Kenjaku, Kaori, pressed a hand to her mouth, stifling a laugh. Jogo looked offended. Hanami was contemplative. Dagon was still wet. Kenjaku crouched down slightly. You're interesting. What's your name? Mikima leaned on the table, cupping her cheek like a little princess with a loaded gun. Mama says don't talk to strangers. Fair. But I don't really listen to her. It's Mikima. I'm 4. What's your excuse for being that ugly? Jogo snapped. Alright, that's it. He raised his hand, the air instantly warping with heat. Flames flickered around his fingers, and the lights above cracked as molten cursed energy surged. For the first time, Mikima blinked. No, she froze. The pressure hit her like a truck. Her tiny body stiffened. She couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. Her instincts screamed. This wasn't like that annoying grade 2 she saw once. This wasn't ugly lava head. This was real. Her skin prickled. Her vision warped. The sheer heat on her face felt like it would melt her eyes in her sockets. In that exact moment, she understood. She was going to die. And then, a voice cut through the rising flames, calm and completely unimpressed. I leave you for 1 second, Naoya muttered, stepping out of the restroom, towel still in his hand. And you're already fighting someone who could solo 99% of the world.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going, plus it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.